not not the minority. I love being black. It's a gift. You have to qualify for melanin when you come down here. And it's important to teach little black girls and little black boys these things. Like, hey, little girl, you come from royalty. You come from greatness. You come from godliness. You are a blessed people. It's important that we teach little girls and little boys this stuff. It's important to teach them where their ancestors came from. Slavery is not our history. Slavery interrupted our history. It interrupted our history. All the indigenous people that were robbed and taken from their land and stripped from their culture. Robbed from their land. All the indigenous people killed off with diseases and sickness. We weren't taught that in school. I was taught that blacks were slaves. I wasn't taught that we come from kings and queens and that we used to walk with lions, walking with lions. We weren't taught that, man. We weren't taught that. No, you have a problem. Ancient civilizations, highly advanced civilizations. They give you a depiction that we were living in shacks and mud huts. No, no. Ancient civilizations, highly advanced, very in tune people. Ancient Egyptians were black. They're gonna tell you that ancient Egyptians were not. No, they were black. Y'all know how hot it gets in Egypt? Do you know how hot it gets in Egypt? In order to have a generation of people for more than 10,000 of years, you have to have melanin to be able to survive in Egypt. It's hot as fuck. It's hot as fuck. When Alexander the Great went to Egypt, he was mad. He was mad when he seen those black faces and those big black noses and those big black lips and those big black eyes. He tried to destroy what he found. He was angry. When Alexander the Great went to Egypt, he was angry. Rule over the sky and air, sun, God, Ra, our God, Jesus is us. I was right. Keep it up. Nah, I'm not a dude. I'm a woman. There were black people in Egypt, no doubt. Right. Those are our civilizations. That is our history. And I'm saying melanated beings, black people as a collective. That's why I'm saying we. Still I rise, man. Why are we not talking about Cleopatra? The fuck? I'm a she. I'm not a he. I'm a she. I'm a woman, y'all. I don't know. Well, maybe because I'm a woman. And it's important. Like I said, it's important. We must teach our Black girls and our Black boys where they come from. And stop teaching them that we just come from slavery. That's not our history. Okay? We must teach them about the ancient kingdoms and the empires that we come from and that we built from the ground up and that were burned from the ground down by our invaders and conquerors. Our value will change. Our perception, our self-concept will change. Maybe Black won't be so bad. Maybe it's good to be Black. We should be proud to be Black. We shouldn't internalize the racism that is projected upon us. We shouldn't hate the color of our skin, hate the way our hair grows, mimic Europeans, wear wigs, not wear our natural hair, bleach our skin. They were burned to the ground when we were conquered. They were destroyed. Libraries destroyed. Oh, Cliff, you want to come out live? Still dumping.
Yeah, let me see what they time. Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm Josh, man. I'm her older brother.
It's my brother, man.
What is they time about?
They're being racist. He said, how long have you been a diabetic?
They on yo. They come from most people.
I was saying that the ancient Egyptians are Black and stuff.
I just don't understand, Joel. Like, why?
I know that you hide behind a fake persona. And
A fake persona? It's as if like
Brandon
my name is
Tyler
like some like
Blanton.
kind of fucking
You
like
are a-
I don't know talking about. He knows my first name. I go by my middle name. What is that an issue for you?
Interesting. That's
Is that an
cute.
issue for
See,
you?
I've always gone by my first name.
I don't
'cause
give
I'm
a
not-
fuck what you've
I'm
gone
not
by. You've
afraid
never got
of
bitches.
people.
Like I don't care. Like what are you talking about?
Wait,
Joel got zero
Joel, are
bitches
you-
until
hey,
he
Joel,
got
are you
fucking.
married
Joel
right
got
now?
zero bitches until he got famous. The only thing that Joel got before that was ass kicked.
So you could be like, oh, I got
Joel,
Jordan
did you?
alive, and
Joel,
I
did you
got
go
him
to
say
college?
this.
Joel, did you go to college?
But I don't think Joel swings.
Joel, did you
for
go to
the
college?
team for women? I think he bats the same.
I'm
team
sure I could
for
probably
men.
Google this, man. You're famous enough. Let's see. Joel Patrick. What college did you go to, Joel?
Joel, are you married?
Joel didn't go to college?
I do not believe so, and I don't think that was like. I'm just gonna say he swings for the same team I do. I'm very like into men, so I'm gonna assume.
Oh, Joel's into men too?
I'm gonna assume that just by how he presents himself. I don't like to assume things, but his demeanor has really given me like those vibes.
Yep.
And he's like very attention seeking, and he just reminds me of so many of the clients.
Joel didn't even attend one semester of college. That's interesting.
Damn, I love college. College is so fun.
Man.
Appeal to our authority. Thank you. Yay.
Okay. Anyway. Well, Austin, I don't think that you're going to get the debate that you were looking for with your idol, man.
Every single time I talk to Joel, it's always something interesting.
Never talked to you before.
Yes, you have. You probably want to forget last time you talked to me, but you have.
Must not have been very memorable.
Oof. No.
It was
Here's
really
what,
funny.
yo, Austin, this is what happened, man. Maybe it was just such fucking like a traumatic experience for Joel getting shit on by a quote unquote child that he's blocked it from his memory, so he just can't access it anymore.
Tyler,
It saves him.
Tyler, I've officially been convinced to be straight because apparently Joel claims to be pan, and I really don't want to be attached to that.
Joel is pansexual.
It's fucking bullshit. You guys are full of shit.
Wait, Joel, are
Why
you
is it on
married?
a video? It's on a video on your page.
It's not me, you dumbass.
Oh, I'm so glad you used big words. Did you get that from
Wait,
your
yeah, Joel,
what,
are you married? Hold on,
238?
let me look up.
Patrick Genty is not me, stupid.
Keep using
Oh,
those big words.
Genty.
about
Oh,
you.
yeah. Genty's trash too.
Yeah, you don't want to be.
You're unmarried?
that either.
No.
You're unmarried?
I've seen Joel, like he's got videos that are of him like line dancing with like a blonde haired chick. She looked pretty nice. Maybe he's with her.
Well,
Best friend.
well, I was gonna ask, like, to
You
go
said
on
that's
Tyler's
Joel's
point,
best friend.
if you're a
Is that what
good
you
Christian,
said?
like, yeah, no,
Hey, best
I,
friend.
I was gonna backpedal off Tyler's point. If you're Christian and aren't married, are you a virgin?
See, the one thing that like when it comes to like let's say like somebody like Andrew Tate, right? Before all of this bullshit happened with him. When Andrew Tate was doing like the podcast thing and all that other stuff, like he said similar things to Joel where he could like kind of like divert and say, well, what color's your Bugatti? What color's whatever. And I think that those things are pretty dope. But if you actually talk with Andrew Tate, like he can actually get into like his positions and philosophically argue his positions, even though I don't agree with everything. He's clearly like an intelligent guy. Like he's like an intellectual guy. The problem is that Joel lacks that part. So Joel is successful and can say what color is your Bugatti, what kind of car you drive, whatever. I think that's great. I think the same thing can be said of like Kodak Black. You could probably say that same shit too, but I'm pretty sure Kodak Black is clinically retarded. So like it doesn't fucking matter.
Wait, Joel, we can. Wait, let me see your truck again, Joel.
I enjoy the fact that he's showing off his toys like they mean anything.
Oh
to
no, they're
anybody.
sick, bro. I would never say that.
No,
Like,
yeah,
Joe, have you
like,
seen?
his
Yo, have you
that's
seen
why I
Joel
wanna see his
Patrick's fucking?
truck.
Yo, have you seen his fucking truck, bro? His truck is fucking wild.
Y'all find the weirdest things impressive, I'll swear.
Joel, I have a
Wait,
question.
No, Joel's fucking his truck, the orange truck, I think it's orange, is fucking wild.
Joel, how come you have 3 million followers and I've like never, ever, ever? Like, I'm just wondering. Like, that's a genuine question. Like, what's?
Yeah, y'all can say, look, we can all say that Joel is not a smart person. Oh, well, I don't want to say smart because he can, he can do whatever he needs to do to be like business savvy and be that. I'm saying an intellectual. He clearly isn't going to win like debates here. That's not something that he's going to do. But anybody who says that this motherfucker's truck ain't fucking lit, yeah, you guys are just objectively wrong, man. Objective morality exists.
All right. Oh, we got more. Ooh, they got the biggie boys
Let
coming
me
out,
see the
though.
truck, baby. Come on, Pookie. Let's see the truck.
Yeah, show the truck, bro.
And my camera
If you're
sucks,
gonna
so
give
I'm
us a
so
show,
sorry,
show us the
guys.
motherfucking truck, man.
Hey, Snap. Hey, you,
And then after this, can I
Send
show
me
my
your
truck?
flashlight.
I mean, your mom's truck.
No,
That's crazy.
no, mine.
You didn't buy it.
No, I did. I down payment on it. I paid monthly.
Oh, good for you, Austin. That's awesome, dude.
No.
Little God.
That's how my soul looks if you could see my
That I think you just
Exactly.
Okay, but how is it different for men? Like, do women want-
Ron.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a girlfriend.
Any day.
Adonis,
I never said. I
Adonis,
never
how do you
said
feel
that.
about Miss Kim Kardashian?
I mean, she's beautiful.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering because y'all like to talk about girls being unpure, but I mean, she has a sex tape out that's public.
No, I
What's
said
your
no.
point?
And I mean,
What's your
but-
point?
I mean, that's
sleeping with her. Would I marry
she's
her?
good enough for y'all,
She's
right?
a CJ, ask me if I marry Kim Kardashian.
So pretty much it's pretty privilege. That's what
Ask
you're
me
on
if I
about.
marry Kim Kardashian.
Would you
Nah, it's
partake
not
in
pretty
marriage with Kim Kardashian?
No.
Well,
would
I
not
call
get
you a
married
liar.
either.
Man,
No.
you fucking mad. I don't want kids. Fuck that shit, man.
I don't want to marry Kim Kardashian.
But that's a good point. We're gonna say she doesn't have any kids yet, but she still has the body. She just doesn't have any kids.
I wouldn't
And
marry
is
a
she
woman like
is she
Kim
like
Kardashian,
20
but-
years younger? Because I'm 20 years
I
old.
don't
and I have a girlfriend.
know. Caffo, let's be honest here, Caffo. Age doesn't matter to you, boy. You're weird. You're one of them.
Oh God, don't say that.
Man, I'm not weird. What the fuck?
I just think it's
Is
that
that your
simple.
laughing, Cafo? I don't know.
Men
Cafo.
don't like some
I'm
men
just
don't like
Irish,
women
for
with
fuck's
extreme
sake.
experience in sex. It's that simple.
Cafo.
I'm
If you
just
got a-
Irish.
if you got 100 bodies,
Fine, Cafo.
Okay, so
Don't worry,
so
Cafo.
but
Red
so
flag.
I believe
why
in Cafo. I believe you.
I want
stop, bro.
I want to ask why they don't like experience. Do they feel demasculated if a woman has more experience than them?
No, it has nothing to do with
Feels
that.
like they're like, can I
Like,
answer
you know,
this question?
do you have some decorum? in
Okay,
their
so
eyes?
I was 19, and I will admit I was only 19.
Cafo, how much did you
She
drink
was-
tonight?
She was 25.
This
I
is
actually haven't drank.
hijacking.
She was
I don't
25,
know,
so she was
Cafo.
extremely much more experienced than me.
I like
Cool,
But
Cap.
it was really nice.
that. Ron, what's your body count, Ron?
Mine is like 23,
How old are you?
26.
Damn, you're ran
Damn.
through. Damn, you're very
In
impure.
the entire year,
You're
my
very
body
impure.
count is-
God, you're
my
ran
body-
through.
Hey,
My
hey,
body
bro.
count is 10.
Hey,
That's
look,
my
man.
God.
That's
I don't care.
crazy.
Really
man.
quick,
Why would
really
why would a
quick.
girl want such an unpure man as you?
Can I ask you a question, Ron?
Yeah, Ron, bro, you're
You're
gaped.
saying love.
You're
in love.
gaped, Ron.
I am.
Man, can everybody please mute themselves while they're
I'm
trying to
looking for
speak?
24. I'm looking for 24 tonight. You feel me?
Run. So your body count is 23. Quick question. Would you date a woman with the body count of 23?
Hello.
Huh?
I wouldn't care.
Damn.
You wouldn't care if her body count was 23 or not.
No.
Okay, that's good.
No offense, but it depends on her age. If she's like 18 or 19 with a body count of 23, I'm like, eh?
Exactly.
Now, if she's like a 40-year-old woman with a body count
It
of
depends on how
23,
she carries
that's
herself.
different.
What do you mean? It depends on how she carries herself.
What do you mean? Every guy, every female has principles and
I'm
morals.
gonna stop you right there. You're not gonna
Okay.
refer to women as females. There are female dogs. There are female insects. There are
Now you know what we call female dogs,
sea
though.
butterflies, bitch.
But
Refer
you
to
can
exactly what you're referring to.
I'm just
women,
talking-
not females.
Okay, every woman and man has morals and principles.
Using the
that they
word
carry.
females is dehumanizing because again, there are literally female.
Oh my.
Okay, I apologize. You want to
Dehumanizing my
answer the question or
bollocks.
not?
Cafo, be nice, Cafo.
Dehumanizing.
Do I care about?
You
do I
are
know
a
women that
fucking
carries them?
female. Cop on.
Yeah, oh my god.
There is females and males on this earth.
Cafo.
Let him talk.
Yes, there are
Dehumanizing.
females and
No, he got
males
it.
on this
He
earth,
got it.
but not every
Cafo, you
woman.
better go on timeout,
You
Cafo.
ask my bollocks. How the fuck? does
Cafo,
that-
scratch your balls and keep quiet.
Charlie,
Let
we
them
gotta put him on timeout.
Yeah. Okay. Talk, Ron. Let Ron see what he has to say.
I said a man and women, they have principles and morals on how they want to carry themselves and who they should choose to subject themselves to. Relationship wise, I think I wouldn't personally, I would rather not date a woman that carries herself like Amber Rose. I don't like the way Amber Rose carries herself morally.
I'm gonna be real
Personally.
with you. I don't really know who Amber Rose is. Like
Well,
I've heard of the woman.
I'm
I know
talking
she's
about-
bold,
well,
but
the
like,
American
what do
people
you
know.
mean by?
Amber Rose
Like,
is
I'm
who
gonna
pretty much
need
started
more. Like, I
the
don't need an
no slut
example.
shaming
I
thing.
need you to explain exactly what you mean when you say carries herself in a certain way.
Like she, for example, what would be a good example? She's very progressive and like dehumanizing. No, I'm gonna say dehumanizing. That's wrong terminology. However, you would say eliminating the terminology of being a hoe. I disagree with that.
Amber Rose started the no slut shame. Like,
I think
movement.
that-
She
Watch your
literally
words.
started it.
Watch your words,
She
CJ.
started it.
Yo, I
think
gotta
that's-
leave, so
Okay,
y'all have a
now
little.
can I interject?
And
Y'all
I
have a
feel
little
like
time.
one at a time.
I gotta leave.
Yeah.
Cheers.
I just want to say I feel like it's
Like,
completely
CJ,
valid to
it's
not
been
want
cool.
to have the
Bye,
morals.
good
Is
time.
that
wanna
Cafo
be-
that said he had to leave? Bye, Cafo.
I wish you all the best, CJ. Cheers.
Oh, Adonis. Oh, okay.
Bye, bro. All right. See you, man.
Understandable.
Have a good
Get you a
one.
good night's sleep. Cafo.
Thanks.
Ah,
Have a good one, man.
I'm not leaving. What do you mean I'm not leaving?
We know you're not leaving. We know.
You ain't
Yeah,
getting
I'm
me
gonna
out
drop
of
down
that
because I want that first place
life. Oh,
spot. Don't let
Charlotte
nobody else.
isn't getting me out of this life this quickly. Shout out, hello.
But yeah, I think it just goes down to that. Just if they carry themselves in a certain way, you should be entitled to not one. Now, do I think them being subjective is petty? Yes, you should.
Well,
I
what
think looking at
classifies a woman
No,
as a
no,
hoe?
wait,
So
Nana, you're
no,
fucking hilarious. This
Follow-up
bitch
question.
said, this bitch literally said, I got something in my purse that says you don't want to be 2 feet near me.
But Ron, what if a girl with a 1 body count doesn't want to interact with you because you have a high body count?
No, stop,
oh my
CJ.
So
days.
Wait. I'm going down the line of questioning.
what about
Okay,
it? See, so what? There's another woman out there.
I'm on my
It's
private
not that deep.
investigator shit. Please.
23 with 26 bodies, you whore.
Yeah, he ran through.
No, please.
Yeah.
For the
Please,
team.
I'm well experienced.
Ronald.
Man, I only have
Ronald.
10.
Ronald.
Please just answer my question.
Shit.
Ronald,
What
answer the question.
classifies as a hoe to you?
What do you mean? You know exactly what a hoe is.
No, I don't know what a hoe is.
You don't.
I
You
don't.
don't.
I honestly don't. I'm a bit slow, so explain it to me,
Oh, yeah,
please.
well, I'm not referring to a prostitute, right? Not a prostitute. I'm referring to an actual hoe, like a
Watch your
woman.
words. Watch your words, Ron.
My apologies, yeah, because I know.
Again,
they
I
be trying to
still don't
censor
understand
it,
what
but
is a hoe.
I'm referring to someone
Because
that
last time I
carries
checked, a hoe
themselves.
was a garden tool. So, like, really and truly,
okay.
I need you
It's
to
one of
explain
those.
step by step, word for word, exactly what you mean.
Oh,
with
You mean
it.
the Minecraft thing? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly what it is. Like, I'm not gonna get into this little child. You know exactly what I'm
It
referring
isn't a
to.
childish argument. It's a valid question because it's subjective. Everybody
Exactly.
has a
That's my
different
point.
May I
That
finish
was
my
my
sentence?
point.
May I finish my
See, but
sentence?
I'm
We've been doing too
asking
much of this.
exactly what it is subjectively to you. That is my
Me
question.
personally, I'm not. I don't. You know, me personally, I just wouldn't marry one. That's it. I just.
What
wouldn't
it-
do
what
that.
you
But he
classify
asked,
as a
what
hoe?
do you
No,
call like?
no,
What,
I
yeah.
need you. I
What
need you
does
to
it mean
understand,
to
bro.
you?
Like, I need you to understand. In the check boxes for hoe on your checklist, what classifies as a hoe? I don't need you to sit up here and be all, well, you know exactly what a hoe is.
Well,
I know what
I would say like
classifies as a hoe in
like
my
say I'm trying,
opinion,
like okay,
but
so
who's
like
to say my
A
opinion
whore
of a
or
hoe
a
is the same as
prostitute?
yours?
no, I
So
wouldn't say that.
explain.
Watch your words.
But how
According to
often are you
Google,
having the
according to
conversation
Google,
of body
it is
count
a
with
sex
You're never
worker
having that
or
conversation in general. It's just about how you. It's like I said, it's typically the woman that you meet. Like for example, me
But give us
personally,
an example
I
of
know a
one.
lot. Personally, I know a lot of athletes. I played college sports, and those women that were like super fanboy, fangirlish, that would throw themselves at me. I found them repulsive and unattractive. That's not the type of woman that I would rather indulge with. Those women are easy.
So really quick question. A woman who is attracted to you is a hoe.
They weren't attracted to me. They were attracted to my status at the school. They weren't attracted to me. They weren't. I don't think they were. I think they were just looking to get something out of it. Because I was at a school where I could make a financial gain playing professional sports if I chose to continue to play professional sports. It's no different. It's no different. It's no different than what I do now. As a
Okay, in
cardiac
that case, if
Hold
it
on,
wasn't
ma'am.
that then,
Ma'am.
okay, not understanding.
can I?
I'm still not.
Can
You said
I got a
that
phone
these
call.
women were
I got a
throwing
phone call.
themselves
It's
at
no
you.
different.
What classifies as throwing themselves at you? Like, what you still?
I don't want to do that anymore.
You don't want to do the blue tongue no more?
I probably will.
African Americans, Afro Dominicans, Afro whatever. Right? But blackness is meant to separate. It is meant to do exactly what you were saying, that we're different, we're separate, whatever. Yeah.
Oh.
To capture.
Man, what's good?
I just noticed, you were still in here, and I was like,
His own media group called the OMG, O'Keefe Media Group. Anyways, man.
One by one. There was a shitload of other Western leaders that were calling for him to be removed as well. Not just Biden, including not including Obama, Angela Merkel, David Cameron. The list goes on. There's a whole bunch of people calling for him to be removed.
The whole circle of them. But my question for you is,
What? That has it has nothing. Listen, stop. It has nothing to do with Burisma as the reason he was fired, and it has nothing to do with him investigating Hunter Biden because he wasn't investigating.
Burisma was paying Hunter Biden to be
that prosecutor was not investigating Burisma. At least not at the time that Hunter Biden was employed there.
But this is what amazes me about you guys. Look, it's kind of like
they have the facts.
No,
can you address that?
It's kind of like this.
Can you address that?
Your whole rhetoric.
Can you address it? Can you stop? I'm not
going down
rhetoric.
with the
Can you address that, man? Can you address that? Can you address what I just said? Can you not deflect and address what I just said?
Okay, go ahead.
Address it. The prosecutor was fired because a whole shitload of Western leaders wanted him removed.
The fucking prosecutor was fired for the simple fact that Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and the whole fucking circle of Biden family syndicate was involved in a bunch of bullshit in Ukraine, getting paid money.
Can you give me a citation?
Now we're veering off subject.
Oh my God, citation. You want me to give you a citation? You want a citation?
That's helpful, yeah.
I mean, you can't just have a
You
normal
love people who make
conversation.
claims
You
to
gotta
be able to back it.
Listen. I'm trying to have a normal conversation, but you're not picking up what I'm putting down.
You know who I am, man. You know, look, you're not arguing with a goddamn college educated.
I noticed.
Very clearly, okay? The reason I'm asking for a citation is because you're making an argument. You're making an argument that it's wrong. It's literally propaganda. That this prosecutor was investigating. You're muted, by the way. The prosecutor was investigating Burisma at a time that Hunter Biden did not work there. Joe Biden getting this prosecutor fired had nothing to do with Hunter Biden. It had everything to do with this guy being a corrupt Russian puppet. And it's seen by other leaders calling for it. But what I find funny is I'm willing to bet that you talk shit about the first impeachment. Am I wrong? Because that was the same motherfucking thing. According to you, if Joe Biden did in fact do this, you should be calling for Trump to be removed from office in 2018. So were you? I mean, it's like way better now. You know?
I like it.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you read headlines of things and don't actually unpack the details pertaining to them, who's involved, when things happen, and be able to cite things when called upon. You hear buzzwords. He cited Sean Hannity going into this, so that should tell you everything you need to know. You get a sliver of something true and then completely disregard the facts.
Right, and then build a narrative based off of a sliver of a truth.
Right. It's like a choose your own adventure. You have a subject. Okay, which way are we going to go with this? Fill in the blanks. Okay, well, now the whole family's involved.
Oh, so you mute me.
Oh, shit.
Or did I mute myself?
You muted yourself.
Oh, you muted yourself.
Were you talking this whole time? Damn.
No, you told me I was muted, and I guess out of courtesy, I hit the mute button.
Oh, did you?
I was thinking you wanted.
Oh, we lost you again.
Oh, you hit it again.
It's just the problem here. The
Butterfingers.
problem with this guy has been repeatedly that he is not able to have I'm going to be brutally honest here. Your comprehension level is that of like a 4th or 5th grader. That sounds kind of sad when I say that out loud. It's the truth. I don't think that's indicative of like just him though. It's like a Trump supporter thing. You know what I mean? That's really
Yeah, most Americans read at a 5th grade or lower level as well, which is startling.
yeah.
Oh no,
I don't know. Did the camera come on? Let's turn it off.
something's happening.
Turn that camera off right there.
Yeah, that's better.
You bash people because they're not as smart as you. No. I bash people because they're not as smart as me. And
Their argument sucks.
their argument is trash. And
Yes.
they're not willing to learn. If you don't know very much about, if you don't know very much about politics, I will teach you. I am totally willing to teach you if you're willing to have like an objective, perspective. And the problem is like me and another person that's particularly educated about politics can have disagreements to varying degrees, but those disagreements all rely on a common set of facts, right?
Mhm.
Like if we picked any topic like Joe Biden's handling of student loans, right? We could have an argument. Was the way that he did it the appropriate way to try and push this through? The answer to that is probably no, but you can make an argument that yeah, it is, right? Because now you've set it up where this is going to be a talking point. You're able to suspend payments already, so people aren't paying for them anyways. You go into 2024 with this being a significant issue, and you bring out younger voters, right? Where he says basically, hey, I'm going to push this through. This technically could go through if the Supreme Court would allow it, but they won't. Does that make it political? Kinda, a little bit. That's a nuanced discussion of the thing. Should he play politics with this? Well, he knows that if he does it the other way, they're likely going to deny it anyways. This at least gives him a second shot while he gets to use it as political capital to get people that will actually pass it in office, right? That's a nuanced conversation topic, and that's something that you could talk about. Is he politicizing it? Yes. Is it a bad politicizing? Maybe not. You can have that conversation, right? That's a fair conversation to have. Not the shit that Republicans think of, like this. Oh, he left. Thank God.
Yep. This dude is so uneducated. It's sad.
Come in
You
here and
heard the
define
last guy?
gaslighting. Come on.
Yeah.
You come in here all the time. Come to find gaslighting.
Well, it's what you're doing now.
He has no idea what gaslighting is. We don't do cowards. We don't join, grow care. We don't do cowards.
Can they define satire?
Is that
while they're at
satirical?
it?
Yes. it doesn't
Oh,
make
here we
sense.
go.
You just don't have a clue.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm just going to hammer this home.
Mm.
Can you define gaslighting for me?
You always beat people in you.
Holy
I'm
fuck.
sorry, your audio is breaking up really, really bad. Can you restart your HughesNet router? Can you define gaslighting for us?
You are the definition of gaslighting.
Bro,
All right.
your audio is awful. Try
This
and
is yeah. It's pretty bad.
we'll push the rabbit ears closer together. Bean, appreciate the 420 bits. Thank you.
Tell me
Ulzafar,
like
appreciate the
Tell
23
me
bits.
what
Thank you.
winning.
Oh, I've started reposting videos again. That new creator fund actually pays really, really fucking well. So
That's good. Yeah. Get that money.
really, really well. And it kind of irritates me because I mean, like, I was pulling in a lot of fucking views before I stopped making videos. Like 50,000. 50,000 a video. 20 to 50,000.
Not bad.
Yeah, it pays really well.
Republicans really should be thanking Biden for pushing for the broadband
There was a
expansion.
cool video streaming site. Saw videos of Biden Jr. with minors in Russia. Bro just straight up admitted to viewing CP. Can we get that sent off to the fucking
Yeah, Rafael Nunez.
cybersecurity? Can we send that off to the FBI, please? I'm gonna go ahead and screenshot that. But if we can get that sent off to the FBI Cyber Crimes Unit Division, this guy literally did this fucking Raphael fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And your cybersecurity, so you know.
How much have you watched?
Fucking wild, bro. Can we get this sent off? I'm just gonna go ahead and screenshot this page. He's got a YouTube also. Go ahead and screenshot that while I'm at it. Nice. Can I get the mods in the mod chat? So here's the thing. It takes about 2 minutes to report something to the FBI cybercrimes tip. It does not take very long. So now watch. They're going to defend. Are they defending the pedophiles already?
Almost.
Are they defending the pedophile? Raphael, we don't do pedophiles. Are they defending it in the chat? I'm telling you, man. It just takes a leftist to call them out before they're like, why would you call out a pedophile? Isn't that wild?
I'm not surprised.
Isn't that wild? Isn't that fucking wild?
Mm-hmm.
It just takes a fucking leftist to point to a pedophile and go, that's fucking gross. And they're like, oh my God, why would you do that? You're sick. You're sick. That's like just the lack of moral compass. You know what I mean?
Right. If your views are contingent upon somebody's party preference, then yeah, you're a shit person.
Yeah. This guy's voted for Biden, therefore I'm gonna find reasons to support a pedophile. Anyways, it does take reporting someone like less than 2 minutes, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So less than 2 minutes. Your whole view is lack of moral compass. I don't know what that's supposed to fucking mean. Yeah, you can join. Come on. What are you doing? I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Me? No. Well.
He denied it 100%.
Of course.
Yes, we just want universal health care for people. And, is he going to join? Oh, you denied it? Yeah, of course. You're a fucking coward.
Typical.
Yeah. You have no what? No, they just say things. Like, do they not?
You have no morals.
They not know what morals are? Yes. We just want universal health care. That's so immoral. I can't believe it. Oh my God. Universal health care, free child care.
Protections for bodily autonomy.
Yeah, no laws against
right.
Redo
A
the
police system that doesn't shoot unarmed people. Awful.
We want to expand SNAP.
Right.
Expand WIC. Make it free childhood or free school lunches.
Expand
we wanna-
broadband so your fucking internet works when you come on these lives.
Right. Literally, like, what the fuck is immoral? What can you tell me what I'm asking for that's immoral? Someone's gonna say abortion. That's amoral. Doesn't have a definitive moral. And by the way, personally, I'm against abortion. I'm pro-choice, and then I don't think it should be for other people. But can you tell me what I'm immoral again? You don't want to force people to give birth, huh?
That's just spoiling the poor people. Spoiling. You'd be benefiting from that too.
Bidenomics, debt spiked 831 billion. It's on the decline, stupid. God damn it. It's literally going down every fucking month. And what do you mean every 831 billion a month? What the fuck? Where are you getting these numbers from? The literal deficit is going down. That's 12 trillion a year. We haven't even signed any fucking bills.
Rage farming creator, how original. Flexing profile picture, how cringe. Here's 5
Box
minutes
gave
of
him the
video for
numbers.
you.
Bro.
There you go.
Listen. That's $10 trillion a year in deficit. That's not possible for 1 month. It's not possible. Like a little over 500 billion a month. What did he say?
Why on earth should we find Ukraine? Well, here it is on the map next to Russia.
Yeah, he said
Find it.
831 billion. That's not possible. It'd be like 500 billion, maybe, like most. And that's like rough math. Whatever, half of 6. Yeah, it'd be like 500 billion. 800 billion. Jesus, they're just throwing numbers out there. 831 billion, 831 billion, 45 million trillion. That's how much Biden has spent because I think he has. We're so scared to debate. Why are you guys so scared to debate?
What is the 4th of July?
Oh, yeah.
I'm proudly exercising my freedom by not celebrating today. It's just a tacky holiday, in my opinion. Ugh.
Yeah, have these shitty hot dog. I fucking hate hot man. I'm gonna be real. Like
Hot dogs are disgusting.
I fucking listen. Here's the thing. I like myself a good corn dog every now and then. I don't think they're disgusting, but of all the food that I'm like, man, that was satisfying. It's the least. It's the least satisfying. That's a fact. The thing that's beneficial about hot dogs, I guess, is like a pack of hot dogs lasts a long fucking time. So there's that. Outside of that, I don't
know. They just don't do it for me.
I also don't like frozen burgers. I'm not a fan of
Me neither.
anything chicken. Anything chicken. Big fan of.
A nice burrito
Costco
or
hot
enchiladas
dogs.
or a
I
chicken
would rather have the
sandwich.
pizza.
Yes,
Costco
a
pizza,
tacky
where it's at.
holiday.
Hey, you.
You know, the showing love.
More comment.
To the swamps and to the ecosystems where they
Celebrating the birthday of a.
she's I
always wonder.
Don't sign anything.
Yeah, what's up, squad?
What up? Hey, Josh, how are you?
Up somewhere. He said, "Are you in Canada?"
Number one. Michael.
Right through them trees right there. They going down, boy.
try to
is that because in one scenario, kidnapping someone is fine, but if a regular citizen does the same exact action, then they're going to be held accountable. And I just don't see how this doesn't add up.
The evidence.
What's the epic?
Yeah.
My son's here. He's ready to he's got his sergeant uniform on, and he's
a month in order to pay your rent. Don't be mad when people go elsewhere to find work.
Pretty messed up.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide in the suitcase.
Like it. Like I hold competitions with myself.
There's one that says "Drink up, bitches."
In-person moment you've witnessed. The subway I go to is inside a skating rink, and on this day it was flooded with newly pubescent boys thinking that treating people like absolute dirt is how you act like a macho man. One girl behind the counter was near tears, and the other woman was trying to hold.
So effects.
You think that just because two people are married, that equals consent?
He's a fucking.
Yeah, that's pretty
rapist.
base though, you know? Like he's got a lot of good claims. I would trust him because he's been married 3 times.
You gonna trust somebody that's been
talking from
married and divorced 3 times? You're just
He's got
you're
experience.
just
Yeah.
oh my
That means
god,
he's
you are
failed.
just as unintelligent as he is because if you've
Oh,
been married
Bria,
3
Bria,
times.
don't you listen, it's okay. This guy is the subject matter expert because he has 3 failed
Yeah.
marriages. So
like
he
Bria,
knows
and
exactly
you can't
what's
call me
right and wrong.
unintelligent. I'm
I can
literally
tell you exactly how marriages fail
God.
and how relationships degrade and why. I know why. I've
Okay, so you're
experienced
the
it in
one that we
3
don't want
separate
to end up
ways.
like. Okay.
I'm sure your fucking picture's in the dictionary when you look it up. Failure.
Is this the curse of Drew? What's funny is you can only attack the man. It's called ad hominem because it's a logical fallacy. You cannot attack my argument, so you attack me. And it's disingenuous.
Like we don't
And
already
it gives
know
you
what
the
ad
L.
hominem means.
Ad
That's
hominem
why
means
we're
it's
doing
Latin.
it. We know what
Ad
it
hominem
means.
is Latin. It means attack the man. So you're not
It's
attacking my
offensive if
argument. You're attacking me.
Or
It's better than yours.
Better. I literally disproved it with science.
No,
and
you
then
didn't.
said that
You
don't
disproved
trust
it with some mumbo jumbo that's totally false, and I can
That is
disprove
mumbo
it with a
jumbo.
simple Google search of
How
a
is it
brain
mumbo
scan of a
jumbo?
man. You
It
said that
literally
men
came
only
from
use half
Scientific
their brain.
American. What are you
Every brain
talking about?
scan of every man
They're
ever
invalid.
done has shown the entire brain lighting up. You don't know what
How
you're
are they
talking
invalid?
the entire
Mumbo jumbo.
brain.
Mumbo jumbo.
The
Wait, hold
entire
on.
brain. You're
Wait,
cute.
hold on.
You're cute,
Where
Dan. I
your
want to squish your
sources?
cheeks.
You really are stupid.
May I speak? But
Wait,
can y'all
I'm
stop talking
stupid?
over each other and can I speak?
Go ahead,
Wait,
girl.
nine,
Okay,
hold on.
hold on, no, love, because you done sat here and stuff.
I
want to
can't
get
be
my turn to speak.
disrespected. I can't be disrespected though.
I understand that, but I'm speaking now.
So
and
you're
y'all
gonna
just went
allow
back and
another
forth.
black woman to be called stupid?
No, love, that's not where I'm finna go.
No,
And
you're not.
Why are you
Exactly.
bringing
So
race
please, let's
into
address it.
He's not saying black women are stupid. He said you were stupid. He called
and
you
let
out
me
on that.
address
Oh my
That
lord.
has nothing to do with race,
Oh.
love. So
I
bringing
never
race
said
into
that it
Get
had
her.
anything to
you
do with
did. You
race.
sat here and said, as a black woman, you're gonna let him call black women stupid.
No,
That's not what it is. He called you
no,
stupid.
I
not
said
black women.
specifically, you're gonna allow another black woman to be called stupid.
Why
It
wouldn't
don't
she
got
if the
nothing
black
to do with
woman
me.
is
Shit,
stupid?
if he calling you stupid, he calling you stupid. That ain't got nothing to do with me. As
I'm
a
not calling
black
you
woman,
stupid because you're black. I'm calling you stupid because you're stupid.
He's fucking. He just hates women.
no, I don't even think that, honestly, because
know,
if y'all
it's
really just see here
unfounded
and go down
insult.
through facts, y'all looking at it from factual and scientifical, but look at it as logical in real life day to day. A man and a woman is not equal, period, point blank. Whether a woman has a certain part of her brain that a man doesn't have, that does not make us smarter than them, nor does that make us dumber than them, nor does that make them smarter than us, nor does that make them dumber than us. But literally, you cannot sit here and compare a man to a woman. You
I
can't
love
because
you.
a
Will
man
you
is
be-
brought up on different responsibilities than a woman, and a woman is brought up on different terms than a man.
No.
And why is
Can
that?
you
Why are they
hold on,
necessarily
Hillary?
brought up?
Hillary, be quiet.
He's cooking.
Hillary, hold
You
on.
said
No,
what, love?
are you there?
Yes, I'm listening.
Could you turn your camera on first?
Hold on.
These men make me so thick.
You know, Nine, I never married a black woman.
These women make me so. They make my
Oh.
message.
Nice, cute.
Thank you.
So beautiful.
Well, thank you.
Dan, a black woman hasn't married you because they're smarter than that.
It's not even that. Stop bringing race into it because it has nothing to do with race. When you sit here and say, okay, that's like me saying yellow tone people can't cook because y'all got green casseroles. That don't mean nothing. Just because y'all made green casseroles don't mean y'all can't make a meal lasagna.
And no, I appreciate it, but it's also like 87% true.
But factual wise, it's not though, because it falls back on the woman. Okay, so if you want to sit here and go factual wise, then since the 18,000s, men has not changed.
18,000s?
Yes, we can go back to
She's
BC.
from the 1800s,
Men has
18,000,
not
same
changed.
thing.
Cheating has not changed. The fact of them being disloyal to their wife has not changed. The
Agreed.
gays has not changed. The only thing that has brought change is women. Because as women, we
What the
started
fuck?
having the right to vote. We started having the right to put input. We wanted better for ourselves. We wanted to have the man role. We wanted to be independent. So the only thing that they have done is adjust to our change. So we can't be mad at them since they want to sit here and they want to cheat. They want to do them. The book hasn't changed for men.
Okay, so can I
And I'll
like
tell
say
you,
this
you
really
girls
quick?
have changed so much that there's no way we can adjust. There's nothing that we can do to adjust to this whole a change that you've all made. Because you see,
What
you've
does that
chosen
mean?
304-dom. That's what happened.
We
You guys
well,
304.
okay, so
And now it's like, how do you have a marriage with a 304? You can't turn a 304 into a
Even
housewife.
then,
It doesn't
304s
happen.
are independent, and it depends on what type of woman you have.
That's why
as
body
fact
count
of the matter.
matters.
Because I know plenty of women that's 304s, but open about it to any man that asks them, well, are you sexually active? Are you a 3? Yes, she is, and she's proud about it. But do she want a commitment? No. And there are women that sit there and lie and deceive, but are they 304s? No, but do they get around? Hell yeah.
but the point is the reason why a lot
They're all
of women fought the reason why a lot of women fought for independence, the reason why a lot of women fought to have rights, basic rights, is because the type of society that women had to live in was very traumatic and oppressive to women. So that was absolutely
It
horrible
was
for
oppressive
women
to
to have
everyone.
to live. So they had to fight against
Everyone.
that. So they had to fight against that for their own basic rights. I mean,
Now,
I do not
see,
want
no,
to
you're
live in the
speaking facts,
society of
love, because
1950.
it's just
You wouldn't
now.
either.
It's now that it's brought up of equality. That's where it's fucked up at, is equality. A woman cannot be equal to a man. You can't, as much as you want to say, I don't give a fuck, excuse my language, but you cannot be equal to a man.
It's not about
You
being
just cannot.
equal. It's just about having basic common rights. Just
Right.
basic
You have
reciprocal,
rights.
just basic
You have
reciprocal,
more
like
rights
just
than
basic
men.
like
We don't have rights. The ERA wasn't passed,
You
and
have
So you
more
can't
rights.
we
vote.
had our
Baloney.
bodily autonomy taken
Jeal-
away, unlike
Nope,
you.
that's
But love,
baloney.
jealousy.
okay, so
You
if
can't vote.
that's the case, then how would you sit here and say,
Jealousy. You can't vote.
that's not
Now
jealousy.
you
Voting
want to
have
run
to do
away.
with what
That's
the
a
Supreme
race right
Court
there.
does. The Supreme
So,
Court's in, like, that's a done deal.
the Supreme Court, though?
bro, you can
The
vote. You
segregation
can
has
get
women.
damn near any
The
job a man
government
can
has
get.
women to
No,
support
that
them.
how
You
many
have
women are in the
rights.
Supreme Court?
Love,
And
they're replaced
It
almost
doesn't matter
every
how many people
2
are
to
on
4
the thing.
years.
It's
They're
like,
replaced.
no, Supreme Court is in there. They're literally in there until they die. That's what happened with RBG, and after RBG passed away, we got our rights taken away as women. That's what happened.
What
those
rights
weren't
have
rights.
But
been
how
taken
though,
away from
love?
you?
To
Because
unalive
it
anyone.
depends on where you at. In America, as the U.S., we're
Oh
the
my
most
God.
free as
I
women
don't
could ever
know
be.
whose
I
head's been in
wish
the
these. I
sand,
wish I
but
would
I'm
let
telling you guys some
make these
facts
people
here. You can
prove
look it up.
these
I'm not here
claims,
to
bro.
teach you guys.
Fuck, saying women don't have
No one
rights in
ever had a right to
2023.
But
unalive
love, that's
anyone,
on
even if they
you.
were in
If you
their.
want to sit here and go by the government guide by guide, then you really do have rights. You have to find the loopholes. You're looking at it straight
There
of what
aren't
it say on
loopholes
the
when they're
paper, baby.
straight. When they're
There
straight,
are.
taking away your
Okay, just like
rights.
a down
Your
payment of a
rights.
car.
What
You
right
do
did they
not have
take
to pay
away?
a down
What right
payment
did
of
they?
a car.
So our
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What rights
autonomy.
did they take away?
What right is that? What right did they take away?
They took away the right to our bodily autonomy. So we can't make decisions about our bodies like you can.
That's in certain
Oh,
states.
like
No,
an infant?
that's
Like, hold on.
false.
Like
That's
And
an
is
false.
she
infant?
You
talking
talking
about
about in
That is
certain
not
states where
false.
specifically
if you
abortion?
have a
Are you
baby,
specifically talking
you
about
can't get rid
abortion?
of it.
Not specifically, no.
So what are you
Yeah.
talking about specifically?
Yeah, that's specifically what she's talking about because that's all that she's talking about. She's talking
Yeah.
about that women aren't. It's not a right to kill your baby, to unalive your baby. That it's not a right. It never was. So
Because
stop
you-
calling it a
you-
right.
I
It
already
was a
talked to
privilege
you
that
about
women
this.
had. Rights
I
are
already talked
equal.
about
But
this,
do you know
Dan.
the reasoning behind that though? Because it goes into so much more
Wait.
than them just trying to take away the fact of some women not being able to.
So there's a
They
lot of
want us to keep
nuances.
procreating, regardless of this procreating. This whole life
There's
is
a lot
so
of
government,
barbaric
baby, it's all
nuances.
planned.
There's a lot of
Jesus. Nine.
barbaric nuances that
Wait,
me and
nine.
I have already gone over with Dan, and he doesn't understand women's bodily autonomy,
Oh my
and he doesn't
god.
understand a woman's body. So he doesn't know all
No,
the
you don't
nuances
understand
that
an
go
infant's
into
bodily
having to
autonomy is
have-
what it is.
Let me
You
finish.
don't understand that an
Let
infant
me
has bodily
finish.
autonomy over you.
Let
You don't have
me
the right
finish.
to
Oh, I have my
invade an
mic on.
infant's
Let me
bodily
do not
autonomy
talk
and suck
over
its
me.
brain out of his skull.
Stop. Stat. So it's a right when you
I
don't
can see why
Throwing
people
understand.
babies in
voice
dumpsters.
You're saying that I don't have a right to my body
There we
because
go.
you
And
don't
we're back-
understand
and we're
how
back
a
on
woman's
track.
body
I
works.
have no respect for baby killers. I'm sorry. I have no respect for baby unalivers. I have no respect for
Wait.
somebody that would excuse baby
Can
unaliving.
you
I have
It's
no
the same
respect
thing.
for
Dan,
anyone that would
what
hurt a
happens,
child.
Nobody,
Can you tell me
nobody
what
user
happens?
wants your
Dan,
respect.
Dan, can you tell me what happens to an ectopic pregnancy? Is that a viable pregnancy? Before you can look it up.
Can you tell
answer.
me what happens to a woman that aborts
No,
my child?
answer
my
the
Can you tell me
God.
what happens to that
Before
woman?
you can look it up.
Can you
Is
tell
an
me what I'm gonna
ectopic
I
do to
thought we
her?
weren't
pregnancy
doing
a
abortion
viable
talk,
pregnancy?
Adonis. This is like this is crazy. This is a pointless conversation because Dan is the czar of right.
He's a
And he
garbage
floats
human
and he
being.
flows around. He floats around on his
Just be
spaceship of
nice.
right,
Yeah,
being
oh,
right.
coming
Be
from
nice.
you,
So
who would
let's
throw
just
babies in
let him
dumpsters.
do it. No, I think at this point, because every other live talks about abortion, obviously in this one, if you read everything, Dan, none of the topics have anything to do with it. There's absolutely no point in continuing conversation.
I didn't bring it up. She brought it up.
You
I didn't
can't
bring
seem
it
to
up.
stop though, man. Your anger
But
is
you're
so out of
entertaining
control.
it though,
You
regardless.
did.
What
Yeah,
Shannon
you
is
want to
saying.
trigger me?
You.
You
Her
got,
whole
It's
point, the whole
unnecessary.
point of
you
Shannon
want
is
to start
speaking of
promoting
right
killing
now is to
babies? I'm triggered. Okay, it's gonna happen.
Oh,
Don't bring
Dan,
up
know
he's
what?
babies.
triggered.
right, love. So
Dan,
you're speaking from an
He's
emotional
so
point of view.
emotional.
You have experience in whether factual or not, you have triggers to that topic,
yeah,
love, because you personally been through
right.
it. So speaking of it logically, you're not going to help yourself benefit because you still have emotions towards that topic. So even if she does say something that it could be 100% right or 100% factual, you're still going to feel some type of way from it.
It can't be because I've studied human rights. Okay, I went to school for human rights. I know about human
No, you
rights. It's
don't.
one of my
So what is
subjects.
McFall
The way
versus
in
shrimp?
which
When
you
someone
talk
What
starts
is
to
other
say
McFall
You
versus
can answer
shrimp?
the
that it's
first
a right,
question. So
it's
it's a
ridiculous.
mute
McFall
like
versus
Kiana said.
shrimp.
Shrimp?
Yeah, McFall versus shrimp. What is that case?
I could care less.
It's a human
The
rights
point
case.
is,
You went to school for human rights, my friend. You
we
should
are
know.
endowed by our
So he's
Creator
supposed to
with
know
certain
every case?
unalienable
No,
rights.
well,
You're not
that's
making
a
any
that's
sense.
a
If he went to
you
school
went to
for
school
it.
to talk.
So you supposed to know every case?
Obviously, he
No,
went to
it's a
school
specific
for it.
You
case about
sound
bodily
dumb.
autonomy.
That's why
It's
nobody
a
want to
specific
talk to
case
y'all,
about
bro.
bodily autonomy.
The
And
fuck?
he was supposed to know about it because
You don't know how to
But
argue.
women supposed
You
to be using both part of their brains.
Man, Red, if you
Where's
don't
the
want to talk
logic
to
in
us,
that?
guess what? Guess
Just
what?
because
If
he
you
went
don't
to
want to
school,
talk to us, you
if I
should
went
stop
to school to
talking.
be a lawyer, I'm supposed to
I
know
like
every
my
single
shrimp
case.
popcorn.
The fuck?
I
Oh,
like
stupid
mine
as shit.
too.
I don't care.
Hey,
Anyways,
ladies,
McFall
ladies,
versus shrimp.
we should really
Specific.
all just be quiet because Red thinks we're dumb. So shh.
Please.
It's not even that, love.
You
He
keep proving
he
it
want to
every
be
time you
off this topic. Like this whole topic honestly got everybody in their
Me
feelings,
too,
and
for
y'all all
sure.
are speaking from emotional. So it's like, can we actually talk about something that's
Yeah, let's talk about
Let's
body
talk
count.
about me.
who just said that?
He want to go on a date
Somebody,
with you,
well,
girl.
somebody said
Want to end up in his
99360.
trunk.
I'm not finna get up.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Where?
Let's stay.
Yeah.
Don't tell him 99. Don't tell him.
Why? Why y'all say don't?
Because we've been with him on this live. with
Because
him
we
before.
hate him because he's telling
No,
the
we've
truth
been on these
about our
lives with him
horrible
before, and he
behavior.
seems like a dangerous person, and I would not give my
Girl,
Love.
if
For
a man been
sure.
married 3
Love.
times and
Just trying to
every
look.
single marriage has failed,
He
don't
says
do
things that are
it.
true about us that we're trying to keep a secret, so we hate.
Okay,
Basically.
such a
Just don't want you to
person
Okay,
hurt
so I'm
literally
gonna
been
say where I'm
married
at from my
3
hometown.
times.
I'm gonna say where I'm from, but I'm not gonna tell you where I'm at. I'm from South
You ain't
Bend.
gotta tell me your geo coordinates.
I'm from South Bend. It's a part of Indiana.
Indiana. Oh, okay. I'm in New Jersey. I don't know how far that is, but I'm sure it's a short plane ride.
It is a
Never
short plane
been there.
ride, but driving wise, it's about 11 to 12 hours.
Well, I could do it quicker. I gotta come
But why
Dan,
are
would
you
you drive
asking?
11 to 12 hours?
Only
for
the
99.
coolest dudes
Oh, yeah.
have Camaros.
But what if
Panty
what
dropper
if
stuff
nothing
right
was
there.
guaranteed though, Dan? What if it wasn't guaranteed? Do you think you have enough game to pull it through?
Nothing's guaranteed.
It wouldn't be about game, honestly. It's about logic and yo. To me, it's all about your mental and where you stand as like
Wait, I've got a
honestly.
question.
I
Hold on,
think
I have a
wait.
question.
It's high octane,
Dan,
dude. Don't worry about it.
Dan, are you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Dan, Could you turn the camera on?
Oh boy. All right, hold on.
He had 3 failed marriages. Y'all going
Yes,
crazy in
girl.
these comments.
I have 2 legs and I
The
walk.
fourth might be the charm. I don't know how to turn the camera on. How do you turn the camera on?
I'll just
Click on
press
your
accept.
profile.
I'm gonna
Here.
send you a request.
You click on your screen and at the top it should have a little camera.
Sin City with me. I don't know. It's a soundboard. It's lagging.
Like this man just glitched.
Yeah. Dan, you're lagging a little bit.
I
Hit him
don't
with the
think, I think we're
boing.
being played. I think that this guy's not even. I think it's trolling.
All right, I'll save you. I'll save you, brother. Let me turn your camera off. There we go. Oh, he left.
Oh my
I think
God,
the
this is
connection
gonna piss me off.
went down the drain.
Okay,
What do you think,
so
though? 99,
now
is he your
as for,
type? Is that your
um,
type rate? You know, you think he's a handsome guy?
honestly, I can say he's definitely a good looking guy, but I don't know him to speak
Oh,
on him.
oh.
But as far as y'all that has been in this chat with him, Hillary, you're killing me with these backgrounds. As far as y'all that has been in this chat with him for the longest, like what is it about him that do upset y'all? Because it from the way
They
y'all
just
speaking on
disagree.
him, it's
I think
just
he's pretty based. I think he's
They
based,
they
honestly.
just disagree with him, and so that's why they don't like him. As most women do, or most people.
Well,
Oh, he's
I
fat.
think if you've been
All
married
right,
three
Y'all
times
haven't
and
matured to
every
that level
single
yet where you
marriage
can be
that you've been
friends
in
with
has
people you disagree
failed,
with.
then the common denominator may not be your ex-wives or the women that you're with. It may be you, and maybe just take
That's a
that
big
into
ass. That's a
consideration.
dumbass assumption.
I love
That's
math.
just a stupid
Hey,
ass
listen,
assumption.
nobody
It
had a
says
You
you,
problem.
don't
Red. It
have. You
says
don't know
you.
what the marriage. You don't know why they broke up. You just know
Nobody had
They
a
that
kind
it
of
was
did
3
tell us why they
marriages he
broke
was in.
up.
So
So
nobody had a
don't
problem
make
with
the
Dan though.
assumption. Don't make the assumption. You need more data.
Red,
Like,
no,
that's
I
just
didn't
smart.
have a
guys,
problem with
guys,
Dan.
nobody had a problem with Dan until he said I personally was maritally SA'd is because I wasn't putting out. And that is when everything took a turn. That's when
Y'all
Were you, though?
care about body count, but then when like a man has like 3 failed marriages and we speak on that,
Because we don't
entire
follow the same
conversation,
rules.
the
Hillary,
entire conversation flips on its head. And it's like, well, you need more data, this, that, and the third. That's crazy.
Hillary,
That's so crazy.
Hillary.
That's so
We don't
crazy.
But to
follow
me,
the same
honestly,
rules.
body
It's a
count
double
shouldn't
standard
matter
for a reason.
because you never know. You never know when it comes to body count. That's why I don't judge. You could say you don't have
Exactly.
sex with
It
100
don't
women.
fucking
It don't matter.
Body count do matter. It does matter.
Bro,
Why
you're
does it matter?
holding people on a pedestal higher than you're putting yourself on that pedestal. And yet you think, right? It's your right to judge people where they belong on that pedestal. What is this value system? Because you're saying that it's valuable, but I can't turn it into money. This thing is worthless to me. So please explain to me.
You said
how
because
it
you
can be
can't turn it
used.
into money.
How
It's
no,
not
it's so
valuable.
it's worthless. So it's worthless.
That's
It's
so
not currency.
fucking
And Red,
dumb.
I
That's
have
why I
another
keep
question
talking
for
to
you.
y'all. What the
It's a
fuck?
worthless system. It's not a
Because you
useful
can't
system of
turn it into
measurement.
money. It's
Please,
not valuable.
Cry
So having loyalty, that's not value. That's not valuable.
That's not what she's saying.
No, that is what she said. That is what she said.
She said body count.
Don't try to backpedal now, bro.
I'm not trying to backpedal. I'm trying to
No,
understand
you're
why
trying
does body
to
count
zoom
matter
past
to you.
what I said, and
Body
you're
count
trying to straw man,
matters
but you're not very good
No,
at
to
straw
you,
man.
Red,
It matters
honestly.
for
From your perspective,
It
Red, why
matters for
does
both,
body
but it
count
You're
matters
matter?
more for
emotional.
women.
Calm down, buddy. Calm down. You're
Red, I
emotional.
have a question for you. I have a question for you, Red. Okay, so
Oh, dude,
if body
Allie's
count
here.
determines the value of, if body count
Hey,
has
Das.
value, every time a woman sleeps with another and her value decreases. So does that mean that the man is decreasing her value?
Hey, Austin, do
So
you
that
mind if I get
means
you down real
that
quick?
Oh, okay.
A man
Alright.
is not
But
decreasing your value. You're
yeah, it
decreasing your
is.
value.
No, because
Okay,
who
may I
decided
speak
to
from?
sleep with him? Who decided to sleep with him? You did.
Yo,
You
how the hell are
did
you gonna blame it
because
on the guy? How are you
You're
gonna blame that on the
But
guy?
responsible
as a
for you're
How are
male,
you gonna blame
y'all
responsible
that on
got
the
for
guy
three
your
too?
things
body
in your
count.
head.
You want to
When
blame
I don't
I'm
know
gonna
how
everything on the
say
you
as
try
guy?
to
a
say that
as
on
a male,
it's a
not a man,
man's
You want to
a
fault
blame
man or
everything
a
on the guy,
boy.
right?
because he's the one doing it, but you're the one who's allowing him to do it. You're the one who chose him
Yeah, and
to have
those.
sex with this man.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Okay,
But
then
still,
even
though, the
then,
more
baby,
men that she
y'all
sleeps
from
with,
as a
the
man,
lesser
y'all
her
go up
value is. So
against
that
a
means
woman.
that a
How y'all
man
There's too
is
many
the
people
common
talking at one
denominator
time. Too many
as
people
the
talking at one
person that's
time, bro.
decreasing the value in this situation.
Bro,
But
start
y'all
over.
see,
Nobody
women,
heard you.
y'all
made a
first
really good
approach
point,
when y'all see
ladies.
a woman is appearance. It's how, first of all, I can tell you three things
I
when a
don't have
man
to
sees
see
a
a
woman.
woman as a
It's
parent. The
appearance,
fuck?
it's how they carry themselves, and
If
how they hold themselves. What standards
Nah,
they hold themselves
no.
up.
That's not how
Okay,
that
can you
works.
tell
That's
me
not
when
how
you
that
first see
works.
a woman in her looks, whether it's her height, her body shape, or what she look like in her face, or what she's wearing? It don't matter.
It does matter.
Okay, so appearance definitely does matter when a male first see you, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as you get into getting to know her and you find out her body count, now she's trash, right?
Yeah.
yes,
So
Because
couldn't you
appearance
say
and
the
body
same
count,
if a
they're
female was
separate
to sit
categories.
there
They're
and
not.
judge you on that? So
They're
them
separate
terms that you sit
categories.
there and hold that woman up to them standards, she doesn't have the same. She's not obligated to hold you up to them same standards she want to hold you
She
up to.
could.
no,
She
no,
could.
she's not.
Nah, she could hold me to those
Yes, she
standards. That's
is.
fine.
Yes,
No,
she
she.
is.
Can
As
I
long as I
explain
Yes,
can
why
hold
she's
her
she
to
not?
those
is.
Can I
standards. No
explain why
Yeah,
she's
bullshit.
not?
explain why. Because you and
Okay,
Ali got two different. I want to hear.
I want body count matters for both, but it matters more for a woman. And the reason why it matters more for a woman, because you sleeping with dudes decreases your value. Men, and then on top of that, we do not want a hoe for a wife. We telling you what we don't want. So what that means? That means it's important that you don't go out here and just fuck anybody. So that's why it matters for you, because this is what we want.
And this is how every
No,
guy
that's
thinks
what
too.
you
I
Every
have
want,
a
guy.
baby.
question.
Every
That is
guy.
Red,
what you
I have a
want. Don't
legitimate
sit here and say,
question.
man, hold on,
I
Hillary,
have a
because
question.
Wait,
you
no,
cannot sit
I'm
here
a
and say,
man. I know what
man,
men
you have to
want.
sit
The
here and
fuck?
you're
We
speaking
talk
for
about this.
yourself, love. Speak
Nah,
for
I
yourself.
agree with him
No,
Stop.
I'm
too.
speaking for men because I'm a man. I can. Okay,
No, baby,
so Scott,
because where you
do
at
you want a
mentally,
hoe?
you can
Do you want
tell,
to marry a hoe?
that you
Allie, do
haven't
you want to marry a hoe? Any
like.
Were
man
Hell
you
listening,
no.
do y'all
just
want to
saying
Fuck
marry a
I
no.
hoe?
had
Let
enough
me
Can I
know.
have a
time to
But there's
date?
question?
there's literally different definitions of what a hoe is. You got
A
a
It's
gigolo,
hoe,
only
you
bro.
one
got
A
a hoe, you
hoe.
got
definition.
a
Like,
thought,
It's
you
what do
got
you
a
only
mean a
one
hoe
prostitute.
is?
You got
definition.
a
It's
We're
only
freak.
not
one
talking about
definition. You
farming
can't
here.
change the definition, bro. Words have meaning. You can't change the meaning to fit your narrative. That's
So
what a
you
lot of
were
these
saying
women
that
do.
I
You
had
can't
enough
do
No,
that
time to
that's
shit.
not
be
what I'm
dating.
saying at all. I'm saying know how to
But
address
that's
the
what you
woman that
said
is
though.
what it is. Because like I said, a hoe is a female that sits there and talk to multiple dudes. She's
No,
not
not talk.
fucking.
That's not a hoe. That's not a
That
hoe.
is
A
a
hoe
hoe.
Nah, a
is a
hoe's
woman
fucking.
who has sex with multiple dudes, a lot of dudes,
I
not
have a
talk.
question.
I
The
have
fuck?
I have a legitimate, no BS, not trying to be funny question. I've been asking this to a lot of people and I can't seem to get an answer. Red, I feel like if anybody is going to be just blunt and honest, it's going to be you.
Yeah, I answer.
When you say that you don't want a hoe, which is cool. I mean, you know, here. What about that? What about body count for women? Right, as a woman, what is it that is so unappealing? And I don't, and it's not loyalty because
It shows that you're easy to get around.
Sex and relationships aren't the same. So if sex and relationships are not the same, as we all know they're not, right?
Right.
Then what is it about a woman who has multiple partners that is so unappealing? But like a legitimate answer, not like a she's a hoe, like not that.
Okay,
What
I'm
is
gonna give you a legitimate answer. Shut the fuck up. Why don't she asked me? No, shut up.
Yeah,
Shut up.
Sky, she asked Red. Let Red go first.
Nigga. But it shows a lot about your character. It shows that you don't value yourself, and we want somebody that value themselves.
And that's what I need the answer. It's too early. He can have the applause, but he still didn't answer the question. Red, so I think it might be me miscommunicating on this. That's what I mean. So how is
Because it shows that if you're getting around to this many guys, what's stopping you from getting around to more?
Well, but okay,
Yo,
so
I need to stop. Let
Then
me
that
talk.
means you need to do better to keep her.
Bro, what do you mean? I let her speak. Are you dumb?
But
I didn't
I'm-
interrupt nobody.
but
Wait, you're
I'm
calling me dumb? What did I do?
we were doing so good.
Oh my God. I have a question.
Yes, love.
What's your definition of value?
Exactly.
Value?
That's what I need to know.
Like, what is it?
I hate. Why do y'all ask what is somebody's
No,
definition
answer
of
the
something?
question.
Bro,
That's
no.
that's
You
all
know
that-
what
that-
value
that-
is. This is just a red herring.
Hold
You're
on,
just trying to
though.
throw a red herring. You know
No,
what value means.
It's a
You're not
different
5 years old.
value.
You're not
Value
5
for
years old.
everyone
You
is
know what value
different.
means.
So I want to know your definition because value to everyone is different. So I want to know your specific
Higher body
definition.
count, lower value. Simple.
Okay,
No,
but
what's
but that
value?
It's value for like as when you see a woman, what is
Someone
value?
with self-respect.
why? But why is
Yes,
it that sex?
someone
Why
with
is it that
self-respect.
sex
It's
and
really so
self-respect-
simple, and you guys just don't understand.
It's not though. It's
No, it
not
really
though.
I
is.
It is
understand.
simple.
You can listen,
I
baby.
just really want to really answer.
You can be a prostitute and
I
have
would give a real
self-respect.
answer.
No, you
You
Bro,
can be
can't.
homeless
You
and
I
have
have zero respect
self-respect.
for
No, you
prostitutes.
can't.
What
No,
are
you
talking
Yes,
about?
you
cannot.
can.
Okay,
I
Baby,
got
let me
zero
tell you
respect
this
for
you
one.
can
prostitutes.
have
All
you
right,
can
everyone,
have
everyone,
some
everyone.
type of self
I
respect.
have.
Like you
No,
want to
you
allow
actually
you want to
can
allow
because I
you
know
want to allow
plenty of
people to
women that have
disrespect
been
you
doing it since
as
the
a
age of
prostitute, but
listen,
at the
since the
same
age of
time
12.
you're not
Since
respecting
the age
yourself
of 12,
because you're
baby,
happy
You don't need to
she has
disclose that, yo.
self-respect. She
you're
won't
not
let no
valuing
man
yourself
run
enough.
over her. She won't let no man disrespect her. But what she will do is will have sex with you for money. She don't care how she
No
feel,
wonder
but
she's
she
not
will
getting
get her
disrespected.
money.
They're using her. No shit.
She has self-respect.
Meow and drop out.
So is that not you disrespecting yourself by having sex for money? You using you objectifying.
Literally.
You're
That's a
literally
business.
No,
Like, I don't
for
understand
money.
because she finds in value
A bit.
The shirt I wore to school on March 20.
I gotta find a way.
I never thought that the shirt I wore to school on March 21st would lead me to speak with you today. On that Tuesday morning, I was taken out of gym class to sit down with two adults for what turned out to be a very uncomfortable talk. I was told that people were complaining about the words on my shirt, that my shirt was making some students feel unsafe. Yes, words on a shirt made people feel unsafe. They told me that I wasn't in trouble, but it sure felt like I was. I was told that I would need to remove my shirt before I could return to class. When I nicely told them that I didn't want to do that, they called my father. Thankfully, my dad supported my decisions and came to pick me up. What did my shirt say? 5 simple words. There are only 2 genders. Nothing harmful, nothing threatening, just a statement I believe to be a fact. I have been told that my shirt was targeting a protected class. Who is this protected class? Are their feelings more important than my rights? I don't complain when I see pride flags and diversity posters hung throughout the school. Do you know why? Because others have a right to their beliefs just as I do. I never thought that the shirt I wore to school on March 21st would lead me to speak with you today. On that Tuesday morning,
I gotta find a way to take down Chow one day. He pulled a ninja move. It got me to be cool.
You know what? Maybe I too could be ninja.
I want to be ninja. I want to be ninja. I want to chop, chop, chop chow down. Take chow down to Chinatown. I gonna be ninja. I gonna chop, chop, chop chow down. Take chow down to Chinatown. I gonna be ninja. I gotta find a way to take down Chow one day. He pulled a ninja move. It got me to be cool.
You know what? Maybe I too could be ninja.
I want to be ninja. I want to be ninja. I want to chop, chop, chop chow down. Take chow down to Chinatown. I gonna be ninja.
cow. I gonna chop chow down, take chow down to Chinatown. I gonna be mean.
The people that were talking about reparations in this country, they wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes. Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields were ended and slavery was ended, somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you. Somebody fought wars and died for you. Somebody lived less than because they didn't have what you have, and they did it for you. There are people in their graves right now, and they are there because they were willing to stand up and fight for you. Those folks on the Edmund Pettus Bridge carrying American flags, take that, Colin Kaepernick, living in a society that he could scarcely acknowledge, something that he has never known, living with a bigotry that none of us can imagine. Carried American flags on that bridge. And when they were hit upside the head with nightsticks and shot with water hoses and knocked to the ground, they got up and picked those flags up and kept marching. And they did it for you. The people that were talking about reparations.
I am HIV positive. Roy D. Roger Allen, you HIV positive. Jed Ferguson, you HIV positive. DeMonte Ballard, bitch, you HIV positive. Bitch, the little bitch you fucking, bitch, she gonna be HIV positive. And you fucking the bitch wrong. Goddamn baby dad, Tony Wood, bitch, you HIV positive. Bitch, all y'all niggas that on the Faller, Butler, Dorsey, while you doing all that shit, and I was fucking your nigga, your husband wrong, you HIV positive. Yeah, that motherfucking poet. Now, hey y'all. Yeah, it's time for the real to know now. What y'all gotta say now, huh? I always get the lad, bitch. Nah, y'all sick as fuck.
I ain't in a position to judge you, shawty, but that's some trifling ass shit. Just gonna keep it a buck. Don't have any other adjectives. Sorry.
I am HIV positive. Roy D. Roger Allen, you HIV positive. Jed Ferguson, you HIV positive. DeMonte Ballard, bitch, you HIV positive. Bitch, the little bitch you fucking, bitch, she gonna be HIV positive. And you fucking the bitch wrong. Goddamn baby dad, Tony Wood, bitch, you HIV positive. Bitch, all y'all niggas that on the Faller, Butler, Dorsey, while you doing all that shit, and I was fucking your nigga, your husband wrong, you HIV positive. Yeah, that motherfucking poet. Now, hey y'all. Yeah, it's time for the real to know now. What y'all gotta say now, huh? I always get the lad, bitch. Nah, y'all sick as fuck.
I ain't in a position to judge you, shawty.
What you think about that, Rock?
She'd be okay if she's in California because it's actually legal to do.
It's actually legal in California to give people HIV?
Yep. It's only a misdemeanor. They changed it from a felony to a misdemeanor.
Wow, that's fucked up.
No, I think she need to be hung. That's like murder times. I mean, I don't know. Nowadays they got so much treatment. You know, they got treatment for HIV now.
Yeah, but that still doesn't give anybody the right to just go around and fucking pass out fucking HIV like it's fucking trick or treat night.
And why is she so happy about it?
Because she's a dumbass strag. That's why. Why else would she be happy? I mean, her whole fucking life goal is basically to upset and bring chaos to the black man's life.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there like that.
You know, look, it's women like that that are actively sitting down at breakfast in the morning while they're having their fucking mocha latte, fucking espresso cappuccino, fucking Starbucks bullshit, coming up with new ways to oppress black men. That's who's doing it, not Whitey.
Man, I saw a thing the other day. He's like, yeah, I went through my girl's phone and come to find out my kid I've been raising for 12 years, not mine. Because she's like talking shit to her friend. As this stupid ass dude still thinks it's his kid. So he went and got a DNA test to come to find out it's not his kid.
Oh,
and I'm bringing this up because I was in a group the other night and I was like, yeah, you know, like if I need to, I kind of need to, if I feel like it, I should be able to go through my girl's phone. And they're like, oh, you don't trust him? You don't do this? You don't do this? It's like, no, I don't. I trust him, but, you know, like there still has to be some verification with the trust. You know, I'm not just going to blindly trust anybody and everybody, especially if it's somebody that's really close to me. Then I got to verify them more, you know?
Right. Hey, salute to everybody that's in the chat and watching and all that good stuff, man. Shout out to Shangy Girl. Rock, you're already up here, so fuck you. Cyber Toxin. Shout out to 777. Hey, I didn't even see you out there. What's up, Triple? Yeah, actually, we did have the baby. We had her today, sir. 3:35 in this morning we had her.
Dude, that's badass.
Her name is Vivian Liberty Nicole.
America.
But shout out to your boy Roy Boy. What's up, my guy? Shout out to Mrs. Snowman. She even watching. She giving us the eyeballs. Shout out to Black Watch, Free Zone, Reese from Philly, Lawrence Rotano. What's good? What's good? Yeah, so thank you. I appreciate it. So what's up, Kamasi? My guy, it's been a while. I'm just going through these ridiculous fucking clips that I've had saved up that I ain't shown. Let's see what else I got on here.
Gen Z doesn't know how.
Nah, not that.
Cool.
Not that.
You want to stop world hunger? Stop
Same.
sending them food. Don't send these people another bite, folks. You want to send them something? You want to help? Send them U-Hauls. Send them U-Hauls, some luggage. Send them a guy out there that goes, hey, you know, we've been driving out here every day with your food for like the last, 30, 40 years. And we were driving out here a day across the desert, and it occurred to us there wouldn't be world hunger if you people would live where the food is! You live in a desert! Understand that? You live in a fucking desert! Nothing grows out here! Nothing's gonna grow out here! You see this? Huh? See this? This is sand. Yeah. It's sand. You know it's going to be 100 years from now, huh? It's going to be sand! We'll make one trip. We'll take you to where the food is. We have deserts in America. We just don't
take me back.
You want to?
That is fucking real right there, man.
Dude, you know what? That just made me come to a realization of kind of where my character is developed. I used to stay up late as a kid and watch all the comedy specials, you know, on HBO and freaking Cinemax back in the day, and just like the comedians back in the day were so real. They joked about real stuff.
That's because we weren't pussies back then.
I don't think we're pussies anymore. It's still like, I think it's still a very small minority, and they're pushed to be the normal, you know?
Right. Sam Kinison, I miss him. He was such a great comedian.
What'd you say?
The old one, 87, 89, 91, with the new gas.
Do you think that that's the year that the gas was from?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
The old one, 87, 89,
This is,
91.
dude. I'm gonna get some.
Do you
some
think
hate.
that that's the year that the gas was from?
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
I get. Oh man.
Kids and drunk people are the most honest people. This might be good.
Have your period? You know if I got my period or not. Oh wow, you definitely have it. That's the attitude that Dad talks about. You don't have your period. You know if I got my period or not. Oh wow, you definitely have it. That's the attitude that Dad talks about.
Yes!
Have my period. I have a headache. You don't have your period. You know if I got my period or not. Oh wow, you definitely have it. That's the attitude that Dad talks about.
Salute to you, young man. Salute to you. Even though you probably didn't live to see another day.
You got drowned that day.
Damn
Give me
fucking
that life
Carol
jacket.
White kids.
You gotta learn how to swim today.
Tell me you white without telling me you white.
Me you white without telling me you white.
All right, I got something for this.
Oh yeah,
This is great.
Tell me you white without telling me you white.
All right, I got something for this.
That is too good, man. I love
All
it.
these people have to do is just side up and then
has been determined by this court. Mr. Rasmussen, you are not the father. Miss Miller.
Respectful.
Sorry. Miss Miller, that's a lot of nerve considering the alternative is somebody that don't want nothing to do with you or your child.
See, look, I just want to point out ratchet ass white bitches too. Ratchet ass, fat, nasty, ugly. Don't nobody want anything to do with them. Fucking white bitches that belong in the fucking trailer park too.
I'm sorry. That's a lot of
Well,
nerve.
this is why I
You
think,
just showed me where your priorities were right there. Because I held out hope. But that cheering you did, what you cheering? I'm a single mother with nobody that loves me or my child. What you cheering for?
I'm not.
No, you were. He is over here breaking down because he loves this child so much.
Not to mention that bitch ain't even thinking about how it's going to affect that baby girl.
I sit here day after day after day with women hoping a man would drive 16 miles to see their baby, much less 160 miles each way, and abide by a court order and sign a birth certificate and come day after day and week after week so they can grow visitation to have a relationship with the child. And you have no compassion for not just him, but for Zaylee. She's 3 years old. Now, he's not just going to be heartbroken. We got to break this news to her. And y'all over here cheering like it's a sport. This is this baby's life.
Disgusting.
And I asked you, where's this other man? I don't know. And you know he don't want nothing to do with you. Sitting up there cheering. Mr. Rasmussen, I am so sorry.
That poor baby. That poor little girl.
I have to say this real quick. I feel like ever since a certain group has had the ability to vote, this country's been going downhill. And it's because there's a certain group that thinks arrogance is bliss. Arrogance protects them. I've heard many times them say that if they don't know about something, it can't hurt them. So, I mean, we need to fix something.
Tell that to the person that just had their whole world taken away from them.
Well, they don't realize that until they actually have it taken away from them, and then they're like, "Oh my, well," and then they still don't learn the lesson. Then they become bitter, you know. Like that lady, she's so bitter. She's so bitter just to get back at that dude. She doesn't care about the kid. She doesn't care about her future. She doesn't care about all the wasted time or anything. All she cares about is making that man hurt.
Yep. And the truth of the matter is most of these women, all they do is use their fucking children as weapons of mass destruction against the man they had them with. And that's the truth of the matter. They don't give a shit about the well-being and the welfare of the child. They don't care about how that child's doing or how they're going to actually progress in life or what their mental health is going to be after all this. All these bitches care about is digging in a motherfucker's pocket and then turning around and using them as a fucking weapon of war. It's disgusting. And the fact that the family court system allows it and the federal government incentivizes it is even more disgusting. It should tell you all you need to know about our country. That poor little girl right there. She doesn't even know what's coming. I mean, could you tell? Would you have the heart to tell that little girl that the man that she thought was her daddy isn't her daddy, and that she's never going to see him again? I know I couldn't. Fucking disgusting ass fucking women, selfish fucking evil bitches. You know, most of you are fucking succubuses for a reason.
Knows exactly how to bait black people because they use things like racism. Can I give you an example? The other day, Michelle Obama went on TV. She gave a whole speech, talked about how Trump was this and Trump was that. And at the very end of what she said, she made sure to say, and yes, it is racist. You know why? Because the minute you call anything racist or you add race into it, black people get emotional and they come out. Kamala did the same thing because they know how to bait black people in. The problem is black people are stuck looking at CNN and the rest of that stuff. And here's my thing, and I've told black people this before, who are Democrat. I don't try to convince Democrats to be Republican. What I try to convince them to do is know your history and read a little bit. Do your research. If you still want to vote Democrat, do what you do, but be an educated and an informed voter. Most Democrats can't tell you why they're Democrats. They just hate Donald Trump. They can't even tell you what Biden did in 47 years, but they're going to vote for him.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
I would trust Pee Wee Herman sitting behind me at a movie theater while on a date with O.J. Simpson, drinking at Bill Cosby's bar using Flint, Michigan ice cubes, making a movie with Alec Baldwin all while Casey Anthony babysat for me using Caitlyn Jenner's breast milk than for me to ever trust a single narrative on the mainstream media.
Damn. Damn.
I don't know about all that.
Damn, she went in.
She's mad. She's going through that mad phase of waking up. Because you go into the informative phase, and then the mad phase, and then the complacent kind of like. I guess
that's almost like the 7 stages of grief right there.
Yeah. Yes, you did.
And asking about someone's pronouns, instead of asking, what are your preferred pronouns? Instead say, what are your pronouns or what pronouns do you use? The idea of preferred suggests that they're optional or not mandatory. Pronouns aren't preferred, they're mandatory. When people tell you the words they go by, you use them.
You want to know why people are starting to have such an issue with trans people? I'm going to give you 3 reasons, and none of them have anything to do with your gender dysphoria or your right to present the way that you want to present. Number 1 is going to be entitlement. The world is under absolutely no obligation to tiptoe around, walk on eggshells, and do their absolute best to protect your feelings. Rather, it is your responsibility to develop the strength of character, to be able to withstand adversity and handle it when people do not agree with you.
Make bullying great again.
Number 2, the demand of control. You have zero governance over my speech, my thoughts, or my actions. We live in a free society, and we have free speech protected through our Constitution.
That means if I want to be racist and not like you, I have the right to do so.
You cannot tell me that I am mandated to speak in a way that protects your feelings and helps you feel good about yourself. If I use your preferred pronouns, that is strictly a courtesy from me to you, but it is certainly not mandated. Number 3, the obscene attention grabs. Listen, nobody cares if you're trans. Nobody cares. Literally, nobody cares. People have an issue because it is being shoved down everyone's throat. You want so much attention. You want it front and center. You want it in advertising campaigns.
A lot of it's because they have to be legitimized by whatever fucking gender they're trying to pretend to be that day. You know, they need to be validated every day because they know
they're living a lie.
That they're living a lie.
Yep. I tell people, I said the United States is unique because you have a right to offend people. You don't have a right to be offended, but you do have the right to offend people.
Well, see, that's the thing is people don't understand that the freedom of speech clause in the Constitution wasn't put there to protect popular speech. Popular speech doesn't need to be protected because it's fucking popular. It's what everybody wants to hear. It's unpopular speech that needs to be protected. And that's what the First Amendment's there to protect, you fucking dense morons.
Yep.
Kids' movies. You want it in the libraries. You want it everywhere. You want all of America to stand up and applaud transness. And we simply do not care.
I agree with that. We do not care.
Disney is
I don't care about that either.
I am a mother from Rhode Island who was sued by the teachers union simply because I wanted to know what my kindergartner would be learning in school.
This is fucking crazy. Have you heard about this?
No.
Listen to this shit.
And here's how this happened. I asked to see the curriculum, and my school told me I had to submit a public records request. The curriculum wasn't posted online, and it wasn't available in a school district. Then I asked them if they were teaching gender theory, and they told me that they don't call children boys and girls, and they embed the values of gender identity into every classroom, including kindergarten, and they didn't want to answer any of my questions further. And when I did submit the public records request that they told me to submit, and I submitted hundreds because I had hundreds of questions, my school board then put my name on the agenda of a public school board meeting and held a public school board meeting to discuss suing me for submitting the request that they told me to submit.
Sure.
In a 5-hour-long school board meeting, they openly debated my moral character, my political motivations, and they really just tarred and feathered me for asking questions. They wanted to send a message to other parents that if you ask questions, they will come after you. And when that happened, then the teachers union, the largest teachers union in the country, the NEA, did file a lawsuit against me to bully me and harass me with frivolous litigation and to send a message to other parents that if you ask questions about public education, they will come after you. I am a mother from Rhode Island.
That's wild, dude. That is wild.
Dang, that is kind of crazy that they can use public funds by holding a meeting to censor somebody's free speech. Rhode Island, did she say?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hey, salute to you, Lawrence, for that $10 donation. I appreciate it, my guy. Let me see if I got something out here, man, I can give you for that.
Thank you, man. Hell yeah.
Definitely appreciate it. What we got here? What do we got here? Let's do the...
Get a good one for him.
Yeah, let's see what we can find. Something I ain't played in a while. Here we go. I know it. I'll play. This one right here. Where'd you go? Where are you at?
School board was all hyped up from the FBI watch list thing.
This is for you, Mr. Lawrence.
Because where this country is now, from where we came from, is pretty remarkable. There's nothing more shameful in our country's past than slavery. Okay, that's horrible. But I've grown up in a generation where I've idolized black people my entire life. They are better at everything. So the fact that we pulled off slavery, I've already said it's awful. That's off the table. I'm just saying it's kind of neat. I mean, at any point, they could have been like, we can just run away, right? And you will never catch us. And if you do, we will beat the living shit out of you.
That is great. I love that every time I hear it.
Did you see that new study they came out with the who's related to slave owners?
No.
Oh my God! Pew Research did a study of genealogy or whatever, finding out who's like famous right now and who's linked to slavery. All of the U.S. presidents except for one is linked to slavery. They have family members that own slaves. Guess what the president was. Yes. Guess what the one president was?
Donald Trump.
Trump. Only because his people came over after slavery was already ended. But Obama, everybody. Elizabeth Warren even had slave owners in her family.
Jesus Christ.
Dude.
I can't anymore with these fucking dumbasses.
So I was thinking, I was like, what? Okay, so they had somebody on the Breakfast Club the other day, Sharik Goswami or whatever, the Indian guy.
Uh-huh.
And they was really mean to him, and I was like, why are they being so mean to him? And then when they have, let's say, someone like Joe Biden on there, they just let him pass with everything. And I was like, oh, these were the blacks back in the day that had slaves, and they know it.
Well, see, I think that, like, you know how you'll find some of these, like, black women's that seem to be angry about everything and like to basically sit and make up these delusional fucking stories about how bad black women have it in America today.
When it's just their attitudes and
well, when it's just the fact that they create problems that don't exist just so they can bitch. Well, I think that those are actually the descendants of black slave owners. I think they're actually the granddaughters of the female black slave owners, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to get all the attention off of them.
Yep. Because it's not, we don't have a color issue in the country. I don't think we have a classism issue.
No, we have a fucking an IQ issue in the United States is what we have. Lack of IQ issue in the United States.
It's because there's a classism issue, because the regular public schools are not going to teach. They're not going to teach children a certain way of thinking, or a certain way to how to think, how to figure out, how to understand what they're reading. But the more higher up schools, the more private schools are going to kind of teach that ideology, of independent thinking and understanding that just because you read it in this book, you gotta, if you really want to think that, you need to find it somewhere else. You need to find more information to back up your points. Because a lot of these people, they get to this certain point and they're like, oh, this is the end. Slavery's bad. These people need to pay up and everything else. Instead of actually diving deep into slavery and figuring out there was white slave owners, there were brown slave owners, there were black slave owners. So once you get to that point and understand that it wasn't a color thing, that it was a class thing, then maybe you can kind of move on. But a lot of people are stuck at that first step.
Oh. Rock, should I pull up clips of that night that I was on This Might Be Risky's panel? Oh, shit.
Oh, dude, you know what? Risky actually made me a mod on there, and I don't even know why, dude. I think he did because I wasn't really backing down with them, dude. Because
you know how angry those bitches were when they found out the only reason I was on that panel is because he asked me to come up?
Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't come up here to listen to what you said. I just came up because the fucking the fucking host said, "Hey, I dropped the link. I hope Angry Snowman hits it." They were so mad. I might pull some of that up here after a bit. Share that with the folks. Show them what complete and total fucking just delusion sounds like.
The biggest drug cartels in the world.
By the way, I love this fucking skit that he did. Have you ever seen this? Yep, your fucking mic must have quit working. But yeah, this is like one of the greatest fucking skits that goddamn, I can't remember his name. You guys know who he is. This is the best skit that he ever did.
Get together and buy up all the media and all the politicians and force all the people in the world to stay locked in their homes, and people can only come out if they take the cartel's drugs and keep taking them over and over.
You hear Woody Harrelson on SNL? Yeah.
Did you see the
Did you know that Woody that was Woody. Did you know that Woody got like lambasted by the mainstream media like within hours of doing that Saturday Night Live skit?
Dude, I am surprised. I mean, I'm halfway surprised that they even allowed it out. But when they came out with that,
It was live, dude. He did it right on the fly.
But when they came out with that Time magazine of basically how we stole this past season, you know, and I was just like, whoa, like, wow, they're just really in our face with it.
Yeah.
How a cabal. I was like, what? Y'all calling yourself a cabal? Damn.
They're going all the way in now.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck, they might as well just lean all the way into it at this point.
Yeah, but if you look at Hollywood, there's a lot of people that are starting to, you know, stand up and say, hey, you know what? I really don't agree with this shit because, you know what? I got enough money in my bank account where I can say something.
Fuck Hollywood. Hollywood can eat shit. They're all a bunch of delusional fools living in a fallacy world, too.
Well, wouldn't you consider Woody Harrelson part of Hollywood?
No, because he's been basically blacklisted.
Well,
when's the last time you saw Woody Harrelson in a movie?
Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, I probably can't remember because in 2008,
Zombieland was the last one I remember.
But in 2008, I really stopped watching mainstream everything. You know, that's when I started doing my own research and figuring out stuff and entertaining myself instead of being programmed. You know.
To your predecessor, who is about to launch another campaign. So how do you reassure them if that is the reason for their questioning?
People listen to this. This is actually really important what you're about to hear.
Transgender. To your predecessor, who is about to launch another campaign. So how do you reassure them if that is the reason for their questioning, that the former president will not return, or that his political movement, which is still very strong, will not once again take power in the United States?
Well, we just have to demonstrate that he will not take power by if he does run, making sure he, under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again.
To your predecessor.
That don't sound hokey, does it?
Dude, I'm almost to the point where I think it's I can tell the freaking future, dude. Like, it's scary because if you're to that point, you're like, damn, this is a big show, dude. It's a big show.
They don't call it political theater for no reason at all.
Exactly. So it's like, you know, people, as much as I hate to say this, like, people think that voting really has something to do with anything. I don't really think it does, you know?
I don't think our votes have ever mattered in my lifetime.
No, they really haven't, because you look at, okay, it goes Democrat, Republican.
And what's changed? Absolutely nothing.
Like, are you, hold on, and then
shit just progressively gets worse.
You're telling me that America is that split on everything, that every other 8 years it switches party? Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense.
What's even crazy is there's people like that fucking liberal on that TikTok stream that actually believe this shit.
Well, I thought it was
Transgender
funny.
boy.
Get vaccinated. It's like
This is a 5th grade teacher talking about transgenders.
Boys who might not have their own money to go buy tampons, if they're provided free in the bathroom, it's a huge plus.
Men do not menstruate. Only women menstruate. Now, you can call yourself
Cis men
whatever you
don't
want.
menstruate, but trans men do menstruate.
No,
Same
they
as
don't.
non-binary people.
Only women.
Menstruating is not exclusive
Yes,
to
it
cis
is.
women. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So explain to me as to why my body menstruated at
if
some
your
point
chromosomes are XX and you're young, you menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and non-binary?
They're
We're
not men.
excluding a whole group of
They're
people
women
that
dressed
menstruate.
as men. You are not a man. You can pretend to be a man, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Live your life. And tell me what a man is.
Well, what's a man to you? You define a man for me.
You have chromosomes that are X and Y. That's what a man is.
So why are we just looking at the science of this as an example? When we've learned sex and gender identity are they're completely different things.
They're not completely different.
They are
things.
completely different.
Completely different words.
Sex is what you're born with, the sexual reproductive organs you have. Gender is what you identify with. They're completely
Well, I don't
different
accept that
things.
distinction. You have to argue for it. You're just giving a conclusion. You're just making it up. The people who hate the truth, are because they see the truth as hateful. If you want to identify in any way you can, you're free to do so. But that does not mean that the rest
Transgender boys who might not have their own.
ESP, give me a second. I'll take you and your sister to bed. All right.
When does it ever have to be someone's right to be affirmed in anything that they do? You know, like,
when does this shit ever end?
it ends when they all move to California, I think. You know, like they all want to be accepted and all this other stuff. Well, guess what? We got like 3 or 4 states where it's like that already. And if you feel like you really need that in your life, we'll pay you. Here's $50,000. Get the hell out.
Oh, dude, this is great. Have you seen this? Biological male Marine versus a biological female Marine.
Yes, he beats the shit out of her. And
Once
everybody
again, to
jumps
prove
in.
that there is no difference between biological females and biological males, we see this female Marine against this male Marine, and watch how it is a completely fair and equal battle.
Watch how it is a completely fair and equal battle,
Yeah,
folks.
right.
Bam!
Do you see? See? Exact same. Once again, to prove that,
That
there
was
is no
great.
difference between
Dude, I
biological
freaking hate
females
to say this.
and
I
biological
sound
males.
like they have programmed me to where my thoughts to myself almost sound what they would call sexist.
Bam!
But this shows you that, I'm sorry, I think a woman's vote should be half of what a man's is. You know, they're not equal, man. We're not equal. And for us to say that we're equal, no, we're not. Most women would say they hate other women because they're evil, vile, backstabbing, selfish freaking beings, man. You know, like, really. Like, we're trying to say that men and women are equal, and we're not. There's no way.
What's this?
No way.
A vaccine currently on the market for COVID.
The moment
We do not have a vaccine currently on the market for COVID-19 that is licensed and FDA approved.
That's correct.
We no longer have an emergency pandemic. It has been declared over.
That's correct.
We still have mandates that are across this country in different sectors for this vaccine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We do not have.
Wow. Interesting.
the moment you affirm a child.
I want to start off here on the Biden crime family. Props to CBS News for covering and having an interview with Shapley, who is the IRS whistleblower.
I don't even want to listen to that shit.
Today, in the words of the Sparkle Creed.
Oh, have you heard this? This is
I believe-
this is the Rainbow
Let's start
Church.
off.
Let us confess our faith today in the words of the Sparkle Creed.
Oh, God, yeah.
I believe in the non-binary God whose pronouns are plural. I believe in Jesus Christ, their child, who wore a fabulous tunic and had 2 dads and saw everyone as a sibling child of God. I believe in the rainbow spirit who shatters our image of one white light and refracts it into a rainbow of gorgeous diversity. I believe in the church of everyday saints. I believe in the calling to each of us that love is love is love. So, beloved, let us love. I believe, glorious God, help my unbelief. Amen.
That sounded like a fucking cult. Just saying.
I mean, just a little bit, right?
I mean, that gave me like Jim Jones vibes.
Oh yeah, dude, they're about to go drink some Kool-Aid for sure. if she start handing out Kool-Aid, they will all drink it. I can guarantee you that.
Oh.
I mean, I lost my thought on that, but it's dude, that's makes me sick.
You ain't shit, Black. Watch. 6 out of 10 white men prefer their coffee black. No idea what that says about them, but it looks cool on the TikTok stats.
What was the most violent thing you saw in a penitentiary?
If you were to talk directly to the kids at Columbine or the people in that community, what?
I think one of the things that Americans need to realize is the whole goal is to lower your standard of living. That's the primary goal. They're not concerned about if the vehicle is going to work, if it fits your lifestyle. People, especially in minority communities, can turn the smallest amount of car ownership into income. If I have a private vehicle, I can drive a little bit further, get a job that pays a little bit more. I can work extra hours. That gives.
She's assuming Ninja's going to do that shit.
I mean, I used to have that theory also that people on public transportation that already have jobs could potentially have a better job if they did have their own vehicle.
But that would, like I said, that would require for the people we're talking about to have that kind of drive and gumption to want to go that extra mile.
Well, it's an opportunity thing though. Like I have to, as much as I sound like a freaking idiot for saying it, but there's a lot of people that have that drive, but they don't have the opportunity to fully pursue it. You know what I'm saying? And us as society, we really need to try to help out those people. Not everybody, because not everybody has that drive, but we need to figure out a way to find those people and help those people, because
what the fuck?
With a little bit, it will take them to the next level. What the
Lou,
fuck?
what fucking kind of madness did you just send me, sir? All right, I'm gonna play what Lou just sent me, and then I'm gonna put the kids to bed while it's playing, and then we're gonna come back and talk about that, and then we're gonna play Cybertoxin's video.
All right.
Present screen share. This is fucking nuts.
What is it?
You're about to see. Oh. Mom and Dad's Swinger Party. A children's book.
What? This should be illegal, dude. I thought, I don't understand about this shit.
Mum and Dad's Swinger Party. My parents are swingers, aren't they? And tonight they're planning a swinger party. Mum went online to find some new friends. They do it like this every weekend. It starts with a contract and a bowl full of keys.
What?
Everyone looking for unicorns. Yes, please.
Oh my God.
They watch a few movies, give balloons to the boys. Everyone sleeps over and makes lots of noise.
Oh my God.
That is why every night I pray to have a swinger party for my birthday.
Oh my God.
The end.
They need to be hung. Hang those people. Man, that's crazy. I mean,
So what did I miss?
Porter's book.
What
about,
didn't I see?
It should be. I don't understand how this stuff's not illegal, man.
That's some fucking crazy shit, Free Zone. How did you find that? How'd that end up in your algorithm of all algorithms? That's the shit that's supposed to end up in my algorithm.
I don't want that shit anywhere near my computer.
Dude, my algorithm's so fucked up on TikTok. Wow. Wow. That was crazy.
I think it should be illegal.
I don't care about copyright claim. I ain't monetized yet. Oh, speaking of that, man, folks, I'm only like 600 watch hours away from being able to have that super chat button. So help a brother get his watch hours up so he can get monetized and get that super chat button and that membership button for all you.
Yeah, can you see how many watch hours you had about 3 days ago? Because I did a little experiment.
Do what?
About 3 days ago, see if your watch hours were up higher than normal.
I don't know. I can check later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Later, just check your analytics and shit. And I'm always chilling on Discord. You know what I'm saying? When I get off of work. So
let's see.
I've chosen a new name. I'm gonna make a new channel and shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a uncommon perspective because I feel like I have a very uncommon perspective. I wasn't indoctrinated for as long as most people are.
This is Cyber's teaser for his upcoming live stream. I believe he's going to be doing soon. So shout out to Cyber. Everybody make sure you go and support and subscribe to our local our local cyber toxin. That's the only way I can describe him. Our personal cyber toxin.
Basically the internet. That was so crazy.
How dare you!
Well, that ticked me off, dude. Then we got Alex here on the way. Oh, God.
Leader of the world. You were born that way.
I think that the scripture, the Bible, is human beings trying to make sense of their experience.
Oh, dude, that was crazy.
Does not believe in this dictated by God.
They had a drag show in a church and it got struck by lightning like 30 minutes, a couple hours after. Then, that whole parade, guy actually called the police department and was like, hey, just wondering, like, can I, like, go run down the street naked? No, like, just, like, what's going on? And they're like, no, that's illegal, sir. You can't just be naked in public. And he's like, well, I mean, I just saw these guys at this parade and there was children there and they were naked running around in the street. So is it just that they're allowed to do it? And the cop basically said yes. He's like, oh, so what is this at the parade, at the Pride Parade? And the guy was like, yeah, at the Pride Parade. And he's like, oh, yeah, they can do that. And I was like, what? Come on, man. Dude, what? I'm almost to the point where it's like they're just trying to push people's buttons. Like they're losing people every day. They're losing the narrative. That's why they're all attacking Biden as if he wasn't corrupt friggin' 20 years ago. They're all attacking him now because everyone's, they have to save face. They got to save face. But yeah, Aleister Crowley, all those guys. Oh man, Margaret Sanger. There's a lot of people, man. Like that. And that yeah, there's a problem with people not doing enough research.
Yeah, absolutely.
People, I mean, the information's there, man. The information's there. All you gotta do is look for it, and it's not gonna be on the first page.
Here, let's watch some of this. This will be interesting. They've only gotten to see bits and pieces of it. Man, the volume needs to be a lot louder.
I mean, hell, chances are he's probably not even getting nonsense I've ever heard in my life. I mean, seriously, I don't know where you're getting at. Women don't even.
Can you hear that?
With other women. Why the hell do you think a man would like hanging around with other women?
Can you hear that?
Let's keep it real.
It's a little low, but
yeah, let me fix it real quick. Let me fix it. It'll take a couple minutes.
Yeah, I hate it when people are they're completely losing the argument and they have to start attacking, a certain, like, either how you look or how you speak instead of what you're saying,
I'm used to it. I've been dealing with this shit for a long time. Dude, I am.
Well, I haven't. I just got into this game probably like whenever I got on the CT's channel.
I was forged in the fire of this shit, dude, for real.
You be my
yeah, that's better.
You be my public relations officer.
What?
I said you'd be my public relations officer. Like, see, I'm not racist. I employ white people too.
I'm not racist.
I think a lot of the North, I feel like the North is more racist than the South.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, totally, dude. Yeah, hell yeah.
I don't think racism really exists the way most people try to characterize it.
No,
I think it's a fallacy.
It's not racism, it's prejudice. And from my experience, I don't know, man. I feel like there's more prejudice going the other way, like towards white people.
While we're waiting on that to render, Because damn, that says that might be 20 minutes. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think they're losing the argument. That's why they got to try to save face.
So
people still think the regular news is something to be like competed with, and it's not. Dude, they're getting no numbers at all. Like, you could put all the news stations together that are on cable and compare them to the independent news sources just on YouTube, and every day YouTube blows them out of the freaking water by like 100x. I guarantee you.
Let's see what's going on TikTok.
Now you're whipping out the good questions. How do I believe in flat Earth?
What?
Oh my goodness. Okay, I will have to leave.
Is that a redhead? I got a weakness.
What the fuck is that?
I wonder if there's actually two or it's
really not.
Is America?
Chances be the same.
Whoa.
Doesn't make me sad.
See what I'm saying? So you're mixing. See how you're making it.
I'm confused. I'm conflicted now.
Consider other variables.
Listen to people talk about racism, redhead.
High five.
Racism, redhead.
Redhead.
Racism, redhead.
Can the redhead start talking about racism?
Opportunities.
Then get the hell out.
Cities
Then.
where they're surrounded by it. I'm saying
Then
that.
get the hell out.
No.
Dude, but like you see, you try and make the world look
But you
black
know, like I
and
think that would
white
be
and
backwards. I think that the
Is
rural areas would have more.
How the hell can a law be racist?
my
I
question
would
is,
say the
why
rural
can't
areas
you
have a
get
lot
out?
more.
What's the
The
problem
rural
with
areas are
moving?
going to have. The rural areas are going to have. Got to relocate. Say it again.
What's the issue with relocation? If you
Not
know you
everybody
can get
can
paid
afford
more
it,
in another
motherfucker.
state and it's safer for your family,
pay
then why
for
would
it.
you do it?
I'm saying I do believe people can, if they set their mind to it, if they work hard enough. Yes, like anybody, it's like anybody can do it, right? But I'm saying as human beings, we have limits, right? So not everybody is gonna be able to do it, especially with everything going
hell
on,
no.
personal life, family life. They
Humans
got
have
other stuff to focus
excuses.
on. Things. Holding,
Talk about a double.
everyone to do. Can everyone do
What's
it?
holding them back?
Everything that's going on with all variables surrounding you.
Tell me
as an
something.
individual.
Give me an example of what would be holding you back.
That's what I
Maybe
said the
can't
other
leave
night.
because I have to help my mom pay her medical bills, and until then, I can't
You
really.
can
How
help
is
pay
that
your mom's
racist?
medical bills in a different state.
Dog, bro. How expensive do you think medical bills can get for real? So let's say I'm
But if
between
you're
the
making more-
ages.
if you're
Let's say
making more
I am
money, then-
21. Let's say I'm 21. I'm trying to get through school, but I'm working 2 jobs. I need to help my mom pay for the bills, her bills, medical bills, and I also want to save to get the hell up out of here so I can do my own thing and come up. How am I supposed to save to do that actively and progressively?
Hold up. Before Independence Day is over, I do want to read this one citation for everybody. We got about 20 minutes left before 4th of July is over. Let's remember what 4th of July was about. In Congress, July 4th, 1776, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate the government's long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient suffrage of these colonies or these 50 states, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. Something to keep in mind, folks. Something to keep in mind.
Yeah, we were made by a lot of regular people that had extraordinary visions. So I think everyone needs to keep their keep that childlike imagination to them. You know, you gotta think outside the box. Don't keep thinking inside the box.
So let's go back to listening. Why white people deny white privilege, why saying pro-black is pro-white racist. Can black people be racist? Can white people experience racism? $2 fee for every hate speech word you must pay or be dropped from panel.
The hate speech word.
Okay, so let me. So if
But they would
so hang on.
but
So
they
if
would
the
go buy a
individual starts off as like
$50,000 Escalade,
I
and
got
they would
you,
pay
but hang on, I'm
$1,000
with
a
you.
month. It's that
So
mentality.
if the individual and see how you go to the extreme. So what do you tell the teacher?
It's the truth.
But what do you tell the
Let
teacher?
me get a Hellcat. I
I'm
gotta
just-
get a
I'm
Hellcat.
asking you-
Let me get my Hellcat.
I get you. So what do you tell? What do you tell the teacher, sir?
That's the problem. The education system. The teachers don't know how to live that
I'm
lifestyle.
talking
They don't
about their
teach
income.
it.
I'm not. I'm just their income. What do you tell them?
Nothing, because their jobs are going to be gone because AI is going to
Okay.
take over all their jobs. You don't need
So
teachers.
So that individual that has been doing that for the last, they put a child
Yeah, he's gonna take the
and their
teacher's
family through school and everything else. You want them to go make more money being a teacher? How?
Why are they putting their kid through school? They should be focused on their retirement, because if they don't focus on their retirement, their kids are going to be
I
taken
didn't
with
even-
them.
I didn't-
And that
A bill
and
is
that
a
burden
bill.
is even worse than the school
I
payment.
get you. I get you. A bill is a bill, but I'm just saying, what do you tell that individual when gentrification happens to them?
What?
You can move to a different location.
Move.
Relocate.
Okay, I got you.
You have 50 states in the United States. You can't find one that
I
best
got
suits
you.
you.
Hey guys, can I say something?
Sure.
So appreciate it to let me in. So I understand what he's saying. Like, you need to move, take responsibility for yourself, everything. I understand that part. But sometimes we have to understand that even people, they want to move and they're willing to move. It's especially for black people, it's hard to move around because one.
Wait a minute, I gotta ask
but-
a question since y'all talk about gentrification. Do you know that those people get vouchers when they relocate?
Some states they do.
Look, even the
Virginia,
internet
they
thought
did
that
it
what you
for,
said
like,
was
for
stupid.
Yeah, because I
years.
don't think some people know that. So, like for example, like in my hometown,
That's buying them out too, though.
yeah, when it in my hometown they tore down some projects, right? They were projects. Actually, they fucking destroying projects. So I don't know why black people make a big problem over projects. So okay, we have in Lansing, New Jersey, there was Pitney Village. They tore down all three of those projects. They tore down VAC, which is the most dangerous projects. They tore them down. And then they tore down Back Maryland, another project. They tore all those projects down and gave those people vouchers. My grandmom lived in Baccarat Village. That was a project. That was like the first projects that got torn down in Lansing, New Jersey. But they gave them vouchers to move in new apartments in the inlet where mostly the Puerto Ricans live, or they can move offshore. But my grandma used her voucher and she went and purchase a house. So when y'all mention gentrification, y'all to make it a bad thing, they're destroying the projects. So
The
I
good
don't know, like when y'all like gentrification, they're destroying the projects. Like I don't think
Sounds good to me.
that's a
Not in all
bad
areas.
thing.
Not in
Yeah.
our areas.
I don't know. But I don't think they were good areas because they tore down or destroyed projects that were dangerous anyway.
Like Cabrini
in some
Green.
areas.
And those people got vouchers to relocate like offshore or in the suburbs. So I don't see that as a bad thing at all. So when y'all talk about gentrification, I don't look at that.
No, the project itself, the project is good because sometimes they give them a new start, which means they're gonna go move a new place, and then they're gonna.
The
give
project
them,
is good.
The sectioning house in different areas.
What?
And they give them a good.
This
job.
motherfucker obviously ain't never lived in the projects.
I gotta say, he's never lived there.
Projects?
Dude, I got the channel.
These motherfuckers, that motherfucker's never lived in the PJs,
To
man.
the commentators.
Listen,
So that's
man,
not a
I had
sad
the
thing
opportunity
if they destroying them.
to move
If they
to a
weren't
town
good areas anyway, and people got unalive in them,
that there was not
drugs
any
and
projects.
all that was going on.
And I stayed there
don't
for
think it's
10
bad.
years.
What it did was destroy the project, but gave him vouchers. It
From
wasn't
the
like
time I was 18 to 28.
to move in nicer.
I don't want to leave that place. I want to go back.
Areas and even offshore, which was better because they were scattered all over and they lived in the suburbs. So it wasn't like you see a whole bunch of people on the corner on the block and things. So I don't even know why that's like a bad. That's not a bad thing.
And then they complain because their kids have to go to suburban schools. It's like, what the hell? First you complain because the schools are better in the suburbs. Then they send your kids to the suburbs, and you want to complain again. It's just people are never happy.
Damn, this dude, that's the first time I've heard a black woman with some sense, Lou.
I hear them a lot, actually. There's a few of them.
I know you're there, Lou.
I'm gonna disagree with her. I think the projects are great, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Tell us why.
Because it keeps the animals in the zoo.
Touche. So
Because
your reason on why the projects are necessary is different than this other liberals' reason.
It's the build the wall philosophy. If you give them vouchers to go to the suburbs, then they terrorize the suburbs.
So basically, you're keeping all the you're keeping all the fucking animals corralled in one pen.
That is correct. Aside from that, on its face, I agree with her. I mean, she is right, but for my own personal interest, like I would rather keep the animals confined.
I was going to say, because technically, I know you've heard me make the argument about gentrification. That how is it bad when it's literally taking a shitty neighborhood and making it the property value well more than what it was
bro,
to
I don't
begin with.
understand that. Like, why didn't you just sell the house if your property's worth another fucking 50,000?
Well, I mean, think about it like this, and this happened in Detroit, right? They gentrified the neighborhoods, but that mindset, not only did it carry on, but it carried on with more vigor because they felt that they were pushed out of their neighborhoods. So now they're in the suburbs, angry that their homes are taken. What do you think they're going to do? Who are they going to take this anger out on?
Right, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, it's kind of a lose-lose because either wealthy people are coming in, specifically wealthy white people are coming in and gentrifying the neighborhood, basically buying poor, impoverished areas, tearing everything down and rebuilding it. Hold on, Rock, hold on. Or it's white flight. White people, they don't want to live around black people. So either way, it's like a lose-lose.
It's a win-win to me. I don't mind putting them down, but
I get what you're saying. It's a win-win, but as far as the ideology that they try to spin, that tangled web they try to weave.
Well, the part that they don't get with the whole gentrification thing is that it's not an exclusively like you anybody could put money in to purchase these areas.
And
And
I've seen poor white areas get gentrified.
Right, but it's precisely the ones that don't want to put in on it that are the maddest that it's happening. Even in a place like Atlanta where it's majority black, when an area gets gentrified, who are the ones less likely to put money into it with all those rich blacks there? They're the same ones complaining about it,
right?
instead of playing the game. That's my take on it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
the one
Instead of
health
capitalizing
simulator-
off of a situation, yeah, all they do is, I get what you're saying, man. They're going about it all wrong, man.
right. But ideally, you living in a better neighborhood should be better for everybody. But if you carry that,
If you carry that animus around to these better neighborhoods, basically you're just going to bring down the neighborhood you're moving into.
that's it. Yeah. So for that, it depends on where your personal interests lie.
Well, it's like you and I think it's you and Trey have stated several times before, possibly even SKC, that as much as people bitch and complain about HOAs, there's a reason for them, because
I love HOAs.
HOAs keep out the white trash and the black trash.
Yeah, and I used to think that way. I used to think that HOAs, because I've lived in HOA neighborhoods, and they are kind of a headache. Yeah, but the reality is that, people will pay extra to be away from certain people,
and people will follow specific guidelines to keep unsavory people out of their neighborhood. That's like what was it? One day I was on Chaotic Stream. One day I was on Chaotic Stream, and there was this guy on there. I forget what the black guy's name is, for the life of me. But anyhow, he made the statement that what right do people in a neighborhood have to call the cops on someone that's walking around in that neighborhood? And he didn't understand when I said it's literally the right of the people in that neighborhood. They actually own the neighborhood, you dumbass. If anyone has the right to call the cops on somebody in that place, is the people in that neighborhood.
Well, it's the whole argument against. It's the whole thing about personal property, right? Like when you talk about discrimination, right? If you're a person discriminating on their own property is actually a good thing. Now, the criteria that they may discriminate upon, I think that's a separate issue. But if I own a piece of property, I should be able to say who can and cannot be and walk in and out of that property, because it's my personal property.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like this whole Marxist idea of trying to destroy the concept of personal property. That's why it's so offensive to people, because you're basically saying it's like what's the point of me owning anything if I have no control over it?
If I really have no ownership over it.
Yeah. And, and if you see somebody discriminating against you, you have the decision. Let's take a business, right? If a business says, I don't want no niggas around, the niggas
whites only pies.
Whites only pies, then that lets niggas know, okay, I just won't go to that particular business. But there are other businesses in the area that cater to that specific need, and you could just go over there.
And see, I thought that was just, common practice. I mean, but it seems like as of late, we got to make a big stink over the one person that doesn't want to,
make the gay cake.
The gay cake rather than, not doing business with them and potentially putting them out of business and taking your business elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the market puts a price on discrimination, and people are willing to pay that price.
Exactly.
The ones that don't are like nonprofits. Nonprofits have all the incentives in the world to discriminate.
See, now I'll be honest with you, with that whole discussion I had about the neighborhood, the one thing that I've pointed out several times when I'm on these outnumbered panels with, the 7, 8, 9 to 1 ratio is, maybe these, the black neighborhood or community or, the ghetto or, whatever you want to call it, maybe you wouldn't have all the fucking crime issues there if you started fucking calling the cops on people that were fucking sketchy walking around the neighborhood and started there. That's what kind of deters crime in other neighborhoods, is the fact that when people see someone that isn't from the neighborhood, and they're just walking around aimlessly, yeah, they have the right to have a police officer check him out, regardless of whether or not you think that's racist or not. That's just the community looking out for the community itself.
And people,
but that would be nice if the police actually showed up in a reasonable amount of time. So it's not just one thing that's happening. It's not, believe me, there's people calling the police on people in the hoods. It's just the police take 45 minutes or an hour to get there, and then they go and clean up all the pieces. Like,
I don't really think that's necessarily the case, man, because you got cops constantly patrolling the hood. How do I know this? Because I used to run around in the hood, and cops would be fucking everywhere.
And the argument is always that the argument from the people of that neighborhood say that their neighborhoods are over policed anyways. So
right.
I think most police do it well. I think
they do the best with what they're given.
Well, yeah, I mean, and then expecting, I don't know, man. I think it's unreasonable to expect police to, even with their training, man. It's like you want them to just go straight into the war zone in a situation where no matter what they do, they're fucked.
I say give the hood what it's been asking for. Defund the police there. Put the police in neighborhoods where people want the police, and stop sending cops there, and let the fucking hood fucking use hood justice and see how long the hood lasts.
Well, they did that. Now what are they saying? We need more police. They're saying that now. So they got what they asked for. They just realized what they asked for was dumb.
I mean, they did this shit in California. They have like public safety officers instead of police officers. And they're just basically security guards with a freaking hot yellow vest on that call the police and just watch things happen. I think we need the communities, to step up and do something about it, man. Like when I was running around doing stupid stuff, we had morals. These kids nowadays don't really have many morals, man. Like we wasn't going to rob the old lady.
But you can't do something about a problem that you didn't create. I mean, you really can't.
Nope.
I mean that's an internal thing now. That's actually part of the it's part of the community structure now.
I feel like the real major part is these people get caught for these crimes, but they don't get prosecuted. They get a slap on the wrist.
That may be
when I was growing up, people get caught with a gun. Their gun charge would get dismissed as long as the people got the gun off the street. That's how they looked at it. They looked at that person as like bait, like, oh, we could easily get a gun off this guy, and then that's another gun off the street. Oh, we pulled off 150 illegal guns off the streets this year. Yeah, from how many were from Pookie? You got 10 from him, and he's still running around freaking shooting people. Like they're not trying to stop.
Yeah, but what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
Lock them up.
Well, first off, you got to be able to catch the motherfuckers. You know how many of these motherfuckers get? Yeah, but they also go on the run all the time. You know how many of these motherfuckers are on the run with fucking multiple fucking warrants, dude, from state to state to state?
The one guy that got choked out on the subway had 30-something arrests. I'm sorry, but there's something called a habitual offender. I'm pretty sure that's a federal law. I mean, even if you do a misdemeanor so many times, it turns into a freaking felony. It doesn't matter if it's petty theft.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue is that DAs just let people go.
Yep, that's the major issue. I really think it is.
They make more money off. I think they make more money off of them constantly back and forth in the courtroom.
Well, that's the whole thing with government. When you give an issue to the government to solve, there's a quote that says that if the government was in charge of the desert, there'd be a shortage of sand. and that's how the government operates. They thrive off of a problem because they want to make that problem bigger so that people need more government, so that they can make the problem bigger, so that they need more, and that snowballs into this. That's why if SKC made a really good point today that if you're saying that your community or your people, let's say, need government to come in and fix it, you're done for, because the government is not in the business of fixing problems.
No, they're in the business of controlling shit.
And the best way that they can control stuff is to take advantage of people's problems.
Yep.
So, you know, these solutions are actually rather simple when you
really
understand how things work. And to the degree that people are able to take care of themselves, they don't need government all up in their shit. But
you fix it locally. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I think at this point it's too little too late for that. The government's all up in everything. So to get the government out of something is a lot more difficult than just preventing them from coming in the first place.
Right. Well, see, the thing is even if we were able to get the government out of shit and you know, try and do away with the corrupt officials we have, what do we do next after that? You know, that's the, you know, as much as I fucking, you know, have issues with BMT, that's the one thing he always said to me back when I first got on YouTube that caused me to really sit and think about things, because I was one of them diehard staunch, it's time for motherfuckers to get up and revolt against the government and, you know, tear it down to its fucking foundation. He said, and what are you going to do next? Say you go in there and you get rid of everybody. Say you go in there and you tear it all down. Now you're left with a country with no government. What happens next?
Well, the problem isn't that
You gotta result back to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights.
No, you got to literally have a plan already set.
To what Rock is saying, to what you're saying, Rock, I agree with you. But the problem is that you have an uninformed populace that doesn't know anything. So even if you tear everything down to the foundation,
feel like that's true, dude. I really don't.
Don't interrupt. Let him finish making his comment, dude.
Well, no, I was gonna say, for the people who cry the most about problems, let's say, if you tear everything down to the foundation, I don't think they're informed enough on how things work to actually rebuild their own communities. You got it, Rock.
What you do is you basically have a reset back to the founding principles of the country. You get rid of all unconstitutional laws. You make sure that there's paper ballots. You make sure that there's some way of checking the paper ballots to make sure that they are correct, so the votes actually count. And then you have a reset. You know, like the foundation of the country is the best foundation we could possibly have. You know what I'm saying? So we got to revert to that. So it's really not that hard. It's basically we have a recall election on every freaking body, and make sure the votes are actually being counted correctly. I feel like we have a major issue in this country where votes are not counted correctly. You know, that's our major issue.
I agree with that.
I believe that there's a lot of people in the hood that are supposedly voting for these people every time an election rolls around. But from my experience, those people in the hood only vote for when it's a president, and even then, they only vote for when it's a freaking a president that's promising them something. So people like that are you're telling me they're not motivated enough to go and get a job and make their lives better, but they're motivated enough to go vote every freaking time? That's crap.
Here, I got something that I found today that you guys might be interested in. Little clip of where they're this reporter or pundit sitting in talking about how they now have absolute, irrefutable, clear evidence that the FBI interfered in the 2016 election and that the CIA interfered in the 2020 election.
I mean, yeah, what Comey did was interference. She broke the law, but no reasonable prosecutor will charge her. What?
Yeah, let's listen to this real quick.
Evidence that the FBI interfered in the 2016 election. And then when they failed to get their candidate elected, Hillary Clinton, then they just set out to destroy the Trump administration. So then go up to 2020. It was the CIA this time that got involved in the 2020 election with those 51 former intel agents who talked about the Hunter Biden laptop as total Russian disinformation. So they've gotten away with it for 2 elections. They're for sure going to get away with it, try to get away with it in 24, right? Because there's no consequence. The difference is in 2024, the evidence is there. We now have the Durham investigation. We have all the congressional investigations. There is now hard evidence that there was election interference by the U.S. intelligence agencies and the Department of Justice. They've got to be terrified. Those individuals have to be terrified that a Republican president comes in the 2024 election with a Republican attorney general, investigates them and charges them all with the crimes they've committed over the last 8 years.
Treason?
Now, see, the thing is if you haven't noticed, there's a lot of people that have different takes on that Durham report. You know, there's folks on the right that seem to think that it proves irrefutably that, like she said, that the CIA was involved in the whole Hunter Biden laptop, Russian disinformation hoax. But yet there's people on the left that claim that it proves irrefutably that all these indictments that are coming out on Trump are legit.
The people who are left on freaking they're paid. I feel like they're half are brainwashed and the other half are paid. Just like Antifa. You tell me Antifa's broke, ain't got no jobs, wants communism, but yet they can spend $500 on an outfit and $700 on a gun, and then they go get locked.
Well, let's stay focused on this this election fraud, man, before you skip to something else.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, I forgot we can talk about it now, right, on YouTube, huh?
Because my question is, do you really think that anybody's worried about any election fraud or a Republican taking office and actually prosecuting anybody for election fraud, election integrity, basically treason? Do you think anybody's worried about it? What do you think, Lou? Do you think anybody's worried about getting prosecuted?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you're talking about the actual officials, or you're talking about the people?
Yeah, the actual people that in Congress that are involved in this, that were involved in this whole push and this narrative that have been spinning this, this tangled web that they've woven.
I don't think so. I think they'll get off. Same thing with Hunter. It's.
Did you hear the latest about Hunter? Did you
hear
what's the
latest?
Did you hear the latest that
they
found cocaine in the White House? Crack cocaine, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Keep the White House white.
Look,
I got you.
Look, dude, and it was after. They say that it may not be Hunter because it was after a White House party. And you never know what how all elected officials like to go grab them a glass of dick and suck on fucking white rocks all night long.
Yeah, it'll be a witch hunt. That's all. I think. I don't think anything will become of it. I think it's a bunch of noise, a bunch of attention grabbing, and then if when the actual case happens, there'll be another distraction that people just gravitate to, while they let whoever did it go. It's the same thing, man.
Well, I know you've heard about, what was it? Apparently there's evidence that came out of Joe Biden getting $5 million in overseas bribes from foreign countries.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what this is. This is the classic hand and glove technique. Okay?
Are you saying that we're getting OJ'd?
Dude, y'all are all getting played so freaking hard right now.
Are we getting OJ'd, Free Zone?
I hate to say it, dude, but yeah, man. I'll tell you what the next election is going to be. Trump's going to win. And guess what? Trump
Is this whole Hunter Biden laptop thing like the white Bronco in the slow
here's
speed
what-
chase down the
you know
highway?
what's funny about laptops? They had a laptop back in 2000 and let me think. 2000 and I think 13, 2014. You know what that laptop name was? You ever heard of this laptop name? It was the Anthony Weiner laptop.
Yeah, I
Ever
remember
heard
that.
of Anthony Weiner? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. So like you want to talk about laptops. Let's talk about a laptop that's got a file called life insurance on it. You know, with more than all the emails, basically. It had all of Hillary Clinton's missing emails. All 240 something thousand of them.
That's a lot of missing emails.
That's a lot of missing emails, man. You know? And then it had text message, just like the Hunter Biden laptop. I feel like the Hunter and this whole I think Trump's gonna win, and then it's gonna piss off the left, and the left is a little bit more crazy than we are, to be honest, because they don't have no respect for law or life. So then they're gonna go start running around bombing shit. And then Trump's going to be like, oh, my God, look at these people bombing all this shit. We're going to have to implement some kind of martial law or something to get these guys under control. And then the right's going to be like, yeah, get them, damn it, and build the wall. And then the 4 years are going to pass. And then guess what? A Democrat's going to get in. And, I mean, I could try to go ahead and try to guess what Democrat it's going to be. Let's see. Michael Obama. Probably
no.
I
don't foresee that. I don't foresee that
Why?
by no stretch of the imagination.
Just like that damn movie. It's just like Idiocracy.
That dude, that's a stretch to think that any man in this country is going to elect a woman as a president.
Watch.
It ain't gonna happen.
It almost happened in 2016. What are you talking about?
True Hype. What's up, my guy?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'll tell you straight up. I'm not the most politically astute. So a lot of this, you'll see me in the chat for a lot of these conversations because I'm just not like. And I'm glad True Hype is up here because me and him were having this discussion about smart people.
I like
smart
True
people.
Hype.
Smart people know what they're smart at and won't deviate from that. So you won't see me in political discussions acting like I know what goes on with bills and all this other stuff because I just. It's not that I'm just dumb. I'm proficient in certain areas, and I'm smart enough to stay away from the areas that I know I'm not proficient.
Dude, you never watched Schoolhouse Rocks?
Oh, I know that. I know that. You know what I'm saying? I know the basics, but I don't know the whole ins and outs like other people do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I don't know 100%
people who
of it either, but
at the same time, I'm smart enough to know bullshit when I hear it.
Right.
So that's
I guess I do have a little bit of knowledge on how stuff goes. I've gotten into some pretty decent debates with some really pretty decent debaters over this shit.
We're talking about.
Well, hold on, Rod. Let me get True Hype up in here real quick, man. Since he hopped up on the panel, he's a new guest, man. I don't want to forget him.
What up, True Hype?
I appreciate that. Thank you, Free. I don't know, man. Like I've talked to several people in very variance level of proficiencies across different spectrums and careers and all that stuff, and I can always like get enough knowledge to be able to ask like I guess kind of decent questions like to kind of move the conversation along,
right?
And that's really where I try to stay at, unless I like have some kind of like knowledge or. And I try to have some kind of I don't know, like what do you call it? Transparency. Be like, hey, I'm pretty much a layman, so I'm asking this, not knowing. And
because I try to keep a middle ground on it.
Yeah. And typically I don't get in too much trouble. Sometimes when I start telling jokes or try to riff a little bit, like then I get a little too loose.
Hey man, you ain't got to worry about it. We ain't going to get mad at you for jokes over here, man. You can say whatever you want, straight up.
Except telling anybody they don't have enough melanin.
You motherfuckers were clowning today on Hood Stream, bro. Clowning. I guess I was too, though.
Oh yeah, we was having a good old time. Good old time.
That was a lit stream.
Yeah, Hood fosters a pretty funny environment. So even,
Well, dude,
even when
if you
people
think
come
about
in
it-
like mad, like they kind of have to have some kind of temperance.
Well, look, dude, it's crazy the different group, the amount of diversity on Hood's panels, but everybody still kind of has kind of the same mind frame as far as how they take or receive information. You know what I'm saying? It makes for just some of the greatest streams, in my opinion. It really does.
Yes, sir. That's what it's all about, man.
I was hoping that one dude that somebody had said the dude was the leftist or whatever. I was waiting. I was like, here we go. Let's see what happens.
Which dude was the leftist?
The one where his microphone's all jacked up. He came in towards the end. And
Oh,
then
that
he,
was
dropped down.
that's
That was Black Suit Defy.
He ain't a leftist.
Oh,
Yeah,
I never seen him before, so
He's over on CT streams a lot and over on Uncle Tom. You know who Chaotic Truth is, right?
oh yeah.
Like that's where I've met him because I hop on Chaotic's panels quite a bit, man. Quite a bit.
I never been on Chaotic Truth. I think it's funny when he starts like trolling people because he knows what he's about to start.
He
like,
knows what he's doing, dude.
Yeah,
He tries to intentionally start a race war on his channel every day. I love it. I think it's great. I think people need to be offended more often.
You got to be careful who you do that with, though, because some people just can't take it. And then, like how he almost got the Me Too situation through a YouTube stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that's so odd.
I've had the same thing happen to me, dude. Be honest with you, say some shit that people couldn't handle, and then they decided they wanted to fucking Me Too me, and basically found out that they couldn't find much out about me.
Or dox you or some goofy shit like that.
Right. I mean, and they tried, dude. The closest they could get was I think they was able to get up to like 2001 was the closest to date they were ever to get to me. So that's quite a few years back. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I ain't worried about it. Honestly, I think that there needs to be more and more panels like that, though, and I like seeing more and more of them pop up because it forces people to have to actually start using their brain and not be all up in their emotions. It forces them to. I mean, eventually they have no choice but to if they want any kind of dialogue to happen.
Well, I mean, they started this in college, and then people were like, they kind of pushed any opposite opinions or whatever away from people to not offend their sensibilities. And that Evergreen College situation with Brett, was it Weinstein or Weinstein? However you say his last name.
Weinstein.
The one that was on Joe Rogan a bunch of times. The one that was like.
Oh yeah, that is Weinstein. It's Brett Weinstein, I believe.
Yeah, I like those old school liberals. You know what I'm saying? Because you can actually talk with them. They challenge your opinions like appropriately.
Well, in that old school liberalism, I can actually get down with some of their ideas because they believe in smaller government. Less
keep money.
Yeah,
Keep
you get
money.
to keep more of your money, less taxes. That's what old school liberalism was. Somehow it's
Leave me
gotten
the hell alone.
bastardized.
Yeah, like in like your bedroom's your bedroom. Like we're not going to give corporate welfare. We don't need to go to war with every single country on earth. That kind of stuff.
Right. And I could get down with that. I mean, personally, I think it's ridiculous that our military is spread so thin overseas anyhow when we got all these illegal immigrants pouring through not just the southern border, but the northern border now too.
Man.
That's another.
My bad, SD. Real quick though, the reason why I came up is that I was gonna say, hey, y'all boys Hunter had a hell of a week, man. He recorded himself smoking crack, driving 100 miles an hour.
Say that again. Say that again.
He recorded himself smoking crack, driving 100 and something miles an hour in a
Holy shit!
And then, like, what was it today? They had the evacuation with the crack or the cocaine or whatever, the powdery substance. I was like, wow, man. I even read something where allegedly, he had to evade pat down, so he had to like give it to somebody else.
Let me ask you guys something before you bounce off True Hype. Let me get your guys' opinion. Do you think this whole situation with Congress and everything, where they're trying to now use the justice system to eliminate a political rival, do you think that this is going to set a new precedent in our election cycles now?
It already has. Like last administration did. I mean, because like look, like, was it Chuck Schumer? Didn't he say kind of almost forecasting, foreshadowing that you don't want to mess with the intelligence agencies because they got 6 ways of Sundays to make your life a living. You know what? And he was right. He was right.
What do you think, Free Zone?
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear your question. My bad, bro.
My question was, do you think that with the things that have been going on with Congress and specifically this president and how they've been taking and utilizing the Justice Department to eliminate political rivals, do you think that this is going to set a new precedent in our elections from here on out?
Absolutely. Once they figure out, once something works, why wouldn't they stop using what works? That's pretty much my take. I think the precedent has already been set, as True Hype has already laid out.
Now, what do you think, Rock?
I think it's their way of trying to control people. It's the left's way of getting the right all upset about something that's already has precedent. Like there's already case law about presidents taking records after they leave office, and basically the president can take anything they want to when they leave office. He can't walk in there right now and take stuff because it would be stealing, but he still has the clearances and everything. Like presidents are basically still president until they die. Like
they're respected. They're respected as president. They're respected as president. They're still given the title. They're still paid. They still have Secret Service, but they're not president.
They still get briefings. A president that has left office can still get
maybe on some things, but I don't think that they get briefed on everything going on.
Yes, dude, they do.
Well, if that was the case, then that wouldn't be a big deal about presidents leaving the White House with classified information.
It's not a big deal. It's not a
Apparently
big deal.
It is.
James O'Keefe sued, or I can't remember who it was. Somebody sued Clinton back in the day, and the judge basically said Clinton can keep anything he wants to. He doesn't have to share it with anybody because it's presidential. I can't remember, privacy or something like that. Like it's a whole freaking game, dude. This is crap, dude.
I'll have to look into that, man. To see
crap.
if I'm gonna have to look into it to see if old presidents still get briefed on shit. Because I don't see no need for it. I don't understand the purpose.
There's really not a need for it, besides to keep them up to date on current threats to themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because they have to. A former president is still just as important, almost, as a current president. Think about it. If they get if somebody gets into their inner circle and they can get secrets from them, like it's
right.
Information doesn't change that much year to year.
Hey, fellas, I do got to drop off, y'all. I got to get up early, so I just wanted to come up and holler at you, man. Hey, congratulations on Liberty, man. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you. What do you think of me? The wife letting me give her that middle name, man. That's pretty dope, right?
I dig it, bro. I definitely dig it, man.
Well, that was the one thing that I told her. I said, look, if she does end up coming on 4th of July, we got to give her some kind of patriotic fucking name in her name. We have to. Well, look, dude, not only it isn't just that she was born on 4th of July, but what's crazy is, like I've told everybody before, she is literally a direct descendant of Josiah Bartlett. Josiah Bartlett was actually one of the gentlemen from Delaware that signed the Declaration of Independence. So the fact that she is from patriot blood, from a patriot bloodline, and she was born on the 4th of July, I mean, it'd just be sacrilege not to give her a patriotic name somewhere in her name.
Yes, sir. I dig it, man. I dig it. But yeah, I'm out, y'all.
Hey, appreciate it. Deuces, man. So let me ask you guys this. What's your thoughts on how it seems like the Supreme Court as of late has been going through and like undoing all these extremely far left, outrageous progressive policies that have been put into law over the last 20 years?
Well, I mean, like there's so much stuff that's unconstitutional that's been passed. I mean, like, why not? You know, like I know a bunch of people, like, they don't like the idea of the Supreme Court doing, you know, their job, but a bunch of these people don't understand the process.
Well, that's the whole job of the Supreme Court, isn't it? Is to actually rule on the constitutionality of laws and legislation, correct? Well, and to settle disputes between the executive and the legislative.
Should be. It shouldn't be a catch-all though, like how they're using it now. But
no, I think they're like weaponizing it.
Well, I don't think the current Supreme Court is, but I think that's how the media is framing it.
Right. And I think, well, if you think about it, you remember Chuck Schumer after what was it, after freaking what's his name, Kavanaugh, and then that female got put in by Trump into the Supreme Court. Remember, Schumer came out and said that when the Democrats win the Senate or the House and the presidency, that they were going to start stacking the fucking Supreme Court.
They had it
if they had to.
They had it. Why didn't they do it?
Amy Coney Barrett, because they have slim margins. They were worried about the election year, and they didn't want they thought if they whether they really wanted to use their political will and energy to you know, work on keeping their seats.
Do you think that the Senate will ever actually be able to follow through with eliminating the filibuster?
Honestly, I don't think they want to. I think it's like another one of those political footballs that they keep on wanting to punt so they can fundraise off of.
Really?
I honestly, because they had the numbers to do it at one point in time. Well, actually, they were close.
They were close. I don't think that they've ever had the full 2/3 in order to actually get it passed.
When Obama got in, he had a freaking super majority.
He still look, rock. He still never had enough. The super majority is just majority, basically. He never had enough in the House and the Senate to where they didn't need some kind of Republican help along the way to pass legislation. Nobody's ever had that in our lifetime, ever.
I don't know, like the will's not there. Why would you really want to do that though? If you're, say, like a more moderate Democrat, you know, some people called them blue dog Democrats back in the day.
Right. Well, I know that from my understanding, if they got rid of the filibuster, then it would just basically be, you know, majority vote, which means that the vice president, who is the president of the Senate, actually gets to make the deciding vote. You know, if you got a split Senate, you know what I'm saying? And if they were to get rid of that, they'd be able to pass policy, you know, hand over fist, regardless of who's got majority. It wouldn't have to be the 2/3 majority anymore. Because don't they have to have it isn't quite 2/3. It's like what, 58 or 59 votes in the Senate in order for something to pass?
It has to be.
I don't know exact numbers.
In the House, it's 51%, and then the Senate, it's for major shit, it's like 2/3. And then
I know the filibuster is the only thing that actually saves the American people from, you know, complete full tyrannical fucking legislation constantly being written to make us all felons. Honestly.
I mean, if you want to see how the America is going, look at
Dude, just look at the Communita. That's where it's going. Right down
No,
the fucking shit
Supreme
tank.
Court, no, look at Supreme Court ruling on firearms. You know, like that's where America's going. Everybody can have a gun
Which
now.
one? Which one?
The U.S. New York Rifle and Pistol Association versus New York.
Yeah, but that was a
And
victory.
California's already challenging that.
Hey, but that was a victory though.
They can't challenge it. They Supreme Court ruled.
I'm just telling you what I've read in the paper. The California's already right, and you're trying to pass legislation that violates that ruling.
Yeah, because I mean, basically, what they want to do in certain municipalities or whatever is just make it so cumbersome. Like, case in point, you know the
Yeah, and
the
Supreme Court
incident
ruled that
happened-
you can't do that.
Let the man get his point across, sir.
that incident that happened in Chicago, you know, where the 14-year-old son had to defend his mom or whatever and shoot that
Right.
guy. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that the older gentleman, the older black gentleman or whatever, had actually took his case to the Supreme Court, she would have not been a card-carrying member anyway.
What do you mean?
So his, I can't remember the case name, but his was one of the more pivotal self-defense cases, or you know, can you actually own a firearm cases? And it was like an older black gentleman that lived in a kind of dangerous neighborhood.
Mhm.
He had lived there for a while, and then the neighborhood got dangerous over time. So he wanted to defend himself, and you know, they didn't issue any permits or anything like that. And he's like, "Hey, you're violating my rights." Took it all the way to Supreme Court and won. And then they still tried to, like, you know, limit him to not be able to, you know, have a firearm. So
Right.
like, it
Well,
became a shall issue state, I believe.
Well, wouldn't the Supreme Court's the Supreme Court's decision on that would have to fall on the fact that the Second Amendment says shall not be infringed, correct?
Yeah, yeah. I
And
can't remember,
that means you don't need permits.
I can't. Well, to the carry part though, like,
Right.
so they made it a carry thing, and then they made it so restrictive of, like, you know, just owning the firearm if you weren't a carry holder, that most people just opt to go for the carry. That way they can, you know, have it on their person or whatever, even though, like, you can't transport it in a vehicle, like, with the I guess the magazine in it.
So what you're saying is what they were an open carry state to where you had to have a permit in order to carry inside of a vehicle
No, I think you
or
can
to
have it in
conceal
your house.
carry.
You can have it in your house, but they make
Right.
it so restrictive that you might as well not even have it, kind of thing. So,
Well, I
like,
know, like when I
if
lived
you
in
apply for the
Ohio.
carry, I think you can have it, like, you know, not disassembled or anything like that.
Well, when I lived in Ohio was an open carry state, and the way it worked was you could openly carry walking down the street. That, you know, you could have a pistol on you, and that was legal for everyone. In order to conceal carry, you had to have a permit to do that, to hide it, which made no sense at all. All right, but then to top it off, they had in the legislation in Ohio, if in order to carry in a motorized vehicle, including a motorcycle where you're out in the open and stuff, right? You had to have a concealed carry permit to do that. And so if you didn't have one of those, the only way you could carry while you were in a motorized vehicle via your car or a motorcycle was you had to separate the magazine and the ammunition from the pistol itself and put them in two separate compartments of, like, one saddlebag and the other saddlebag locked on a bike or in the glove box or the trunk of a car or vehicle. Or the other option you had is they could be together in a vehicle, but they had to be locked in a gun safe.
So weird, man.
But see, I know a bunch of people that still still carried even without a permit and went to court and won specifically because the Second Amendment. And the Second Amendment is the only permit, technically, according to the Constitution, is the only permit anybody needs, because it doesn't say shall not be infringed unless.
Yeah, so like here's the crazy thing that just is kind of going through the court system right now, because the Supreme Court kind of rules on things, and then what happens is, like, all the little smaller laws get challenged that are basically infringing on that constitutional right the Supreme Court ruled on. They're actually going now, and how Texas did it where even if you had a felony from a drug charge, as long as it wasn't a violent felony, you still had you got your rights back. Okay. So, and anyone 21 and up could buy a pistol. Now, I don't know who did it, but somebody sued and was like, hey, I'm an adult. I'm 18 years old. I should be able to buy a pistol. And Texas Supreme Court ruled, yes, you are an adult and you should be allowed to buy a pistol. So here's what it comes into play. Just because you have that constitutional right, when you go to a business, they actually have more rights than you at that business. They can refuse you service.
Well, a business is private property, so technically they can actually limit your constitutional rights. That's like I could tell you on my property whether or not you can carry a gun on my property.
Yep.
And you have the choice of either abiding by what I say or not coming on my property. It's that simple.
Yep.
You know, private property is totally different than public property.
Which I don't have an issue with that at all.
No, me neither.
No.
I mean, that just makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like this is going to basically be like out here in Texas where I live. When I go drive around, I might see a police officer, and I live in a city that's 1 million people plus. Okay. I see a police officer maybe once a week. You know why? Because I live in Texas and everybody's got a gun. You know what I'm saying? So these fools run around up north doing all this stupid stuff. And then in Atlanta, like these larger cities where it's basically they still have rules and regulations where it's hard to get a gun. You know, I think guns really fix everything. So we're kind of going to a purge-like kind of situation where it's going to be like, I don't know if it's going to be like once a year. It's going to be kind of every day kind of thing, you know, fuck around and find out. And you see all these videos nowadays, these criminals are fucking around and finding out all the time.
I mean, all it takes is like, you know, a couple corrections here and there. And then the word for it. I mean, because Florida CHL license, or under CHL, but their the constitutional carry, I guess, just went into effect.
It has in a lot of states.
Yeah, like I was pretty happy when Tennessee did that.
See, the only problem with the constitutional carry, though, is you're still kind of at the mercy of getting a permit. But even though a lot of the constitutional carry states have went to giving free carry permits, that way.
No, you don't have to have a permit.
Dude, if you want to carry your gun to another state that doesn't have constitutional carry, you sure as fuck do.
Yeah, like
don't think so.
No,
yeah,
like,
you absolutely do.
You have to be a citizen of the state, or a state resident for it to like. That's the only true way for them to know. And if you are going to go between states, like say if I'm going to go to Georgia from here, then it's better for me to get the license,
the permit, because it's going to save you a whole lot of headaches, man.
Yeah.
Because other states aren't necessarily going to recognize a constitutional carry state, but there's, I believe, 36 states out of the 50 that recognize each other's concealed carry or carry licenses.
Yes. I mean, if anything, you do not want to get tied up in the bureaucracy.
Right. Like the last thing I needed was to drive through when I went up to Milwaukee, drive through Chicago of all places, because I don't ever leave home without my fucking pistol, but drive through Chicago with my pistol on me and not have a fucking carry permit because Indiana's a constitutional carry state and think that that's going to carry over in Chicago.
I mean, it takes somebody to sue somebody to fix something.
I don't want to be the landmark case when it comes
to
that stuff.
Okay, so from what I've seen the past few years, Avery State is a constitutional carry state now.
No, they aren't.
No,
they're not.
Yeah,
no, they're not.
Just like the other day, they just ruled on the pistol brace bullshit, and there's like,
I'm gonna look that up right now, dude.
Listen, Mr. ATF, you don't have any. They're about to take the F out of the ATF. You know what I'm saying? because the ATF has absolutely no right to regulate the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is only regulation.
There are currently 13 constitutional carry states in the United States. 13.
Now that there's other ones moving through, but that's not
Correct.
the case. That's not the case right now. And like we really
Oh,
need
wait. Sorry. That was an old one. As of 2022, there are 25 constitutional carry states.
so half the union.
So half of the United States, but that's still far from all of them, sir.
Yeah, and we really gotta like know our knowledge or whatever.
Yeah,
of all
because
this
if you
stuff.
don't know in the law, is an imperative to being able to keep yourself out of trouble.
Yeah, and not just watching the auditing channels, because some of those guys don't know what they're talking about, and they get
No,
crossed
listen,
up here.
they just had a case in the district. I can't remember which district it is, but it's the one that covers California.
Well, sir, if
Oregon,
you can't remember what
Washington,
district it
all
is and
that
what case it is and can't bring up the
They
paperwork, then
they're challenging they challenged the assault rifles ban that they were trying to do. It got shot down because the freaking it's Supreme Court rule on the Rifle and Pistol Association. That's the one that, and that first they were trying, the lower courts were trying not to follow it, and then the Supreme Court actually sent a memorandum down to the lower courts and said, "Hey, you don't follow this freaking ruling. This is the ruling." It basically comes down to there's two different ways of looking at law. One is I'm trying to break it down as easy as possible. One's a perspective of coming from the greater good that the government is trying to do for the people, and the other one is coming from a perspective of history, text, and tradition of when the law was written. Okay, so when you look at the Second Amendment, the argument is you have to look at it from the time it was written in, right? And what those words mean at the time. And that's why all these states, if they're not already, it's going to go through the court system because there has to be new challenges. So
I guarantee you states like New York and California and Washington and Oregon and Illinois are never going to be constitutional carry states, and they don't have to be. They don't have to be, as long as the Supreme Court. Rock, don't interrupt me, dude. Don't interrupt me, man. As long as the Supreme Court allows there to be gun regulations of any sort, they don't have to do anything.
I think with that ruling though, the New York becomes a shall issue for permits, but before they were a may issue, and that may was, hey, you might get it if you're connected. You know, you damn near got to be a celebrity or some kind of like security firm.
Yeah, wasn't it like that in Oregon, Seattle, Washington, places like that, to where I know Chicago, I believe, was like that, to where you could fill out to get the permit, do all the paperwork, pay all the fees, but it's one of them things where maybe a year or two down the road you might get it.
I don't know about up there.
My whole point is,
I know New York though. Like John Stossel tried to get one in New York.
Well, I had a buddy that lived in New York, and he said that this was like a couple, 2-3 years ago. Like he said that for like rifles there, that was when they still had the magazine limitations, to where you had to buy specific magazines that, you know, had a little stopper in it to where you could only put 5 rounds in a mag type shit.
Well, you know, it's funny. Like California passed that magazine limit deal for certain rifles, and like they introduced this weird like kind of speed loading system, and it's actually faster than the regular mag drops.
Really?
I was like, wow, and it's like it's super simple, and it just, you know, top loads because you had to have like it's basically like a fixed mag. So you gotta load it like old school, but what it does is you push it in on the side. It's
where that dust cover drops.
Yeah. It's some weird like system, like how they set it up. Some weird like, and it's a simple spring system, but it's a faster load than a mag drop. I was watching one of the cats at SHOT Show talk about it. I was like, that was super impressive.
Actually, now you guys got me wanting to look up what's going on. I'm gonna hit Guns and Ammo real quick and see, or Guns and Gadgets is what it is, and see what, cause that dude's always on top of any new gun legislations.
That pistol brace thing was crazy, man.
Yeah, well, look, dude, it didn't make sense why they were even going after it, because their argument, it wasn't even logical. They were trying to pass off like that brace was now making a pistol a rifle, and it wasn't making a pistol a rifle. It wasn't making it to where the bullet traveled any further. The only thing it was doing was basically bracing a pistol, and most people used them on what they called the pistol long range, the PLR, a pistol that shoots 223 and 5.56 rounds.
It does make sense, but not from a logical perspective, like how we would look at it. So
right.
You tie up these companies in lawfare, and the government's got endless dollars, right? And you sit up here and just whittle away at them, and you start attacking the 2A from a lot of different angles. So whether it's the IRS buying up all the ammo and creating kind of a shortfall on the market, and then all these other different things, you attack it all these different ways.
Holy shit. There's a couple states that are getting sued right now. The NRA is suing the ATF and the Department of Justice, which I'm not a big fan of the NRA to begin with. I think the NRA's like a sleeper cell for the government.
Hey, a fun fact about the NRA? They were actually created by Congress. An act of Congress created the NRA. Did you know that? The NRA was legislation.
I mean, I think I've heard something of that fact at one point in time that was the case, but the NRA's actually fallen so far away from their original foundations, and they're actually the ones that have been responsible for some of the assault weapons bans that have been actually implemented in the last probably 20, 30 years.
I wonder why. Maybe because they were created by Congress actually to do that.
I don't know, man. Like they have such spotty leadership, and like they don't have a actual vision anymore. Yeah, I don't know what the NRA stands for anymore.
I don't either, be honest with you. It isn't preserving our Second Amendment rights. This video right here, though, he says federal judge destroys the ATF. I wonder if this has to do with the ATF and them going out and basically making laws at will.
Yes, they've been getting their asses.
And this is just like I think 2 days ago.
No more F in the ATF, bro.
Now, last night we had a huge decision where a federal district judge vacated the ATF's frame and receiver rule. I did a quick announcement of it last night, but when I finally broke down this morning and read the judge's ruling, he slaughtered the ATF. And I think we should point it out because folks need to know what the legal ease is of this case, because what this judge said could possibly help on the pistol brace side as well. Before I jump into that, I want to thank the sponsor of the video, and that's the Sonoran Desert Institute. SDI is an accredited college. This email down below helped me reach the 5th of July. So
you can make those guns.
Every day I'll bring you the news. So the press release from Firearms Policy Coalition, that'll take a quick minute here, and then I'm going to show you some of the things the judge actually said. I want to show you parts of the actual ruling because it's magnificent. First, the presser. Last night, Firearms Policy Coalition and Firearms Policy Coalition Action Foundation announced that a federal judge had granted summary judgment for the plaintiffs in the Vanderstock v. Garland case, vacating ATF's frame or receiver rule and preventing the federal government from enforcing it. And I'll have a link to the opinion below. Federal District Court Judge Reed O'Connor said this: "This case presents the question of whether the federal government may lawfully regulate partially manufactured firearms components related firearm products, and other tools and materials in keeping with the Gun Control Act of 1968. Because the court concludes that the government cannot regulate those items without violating federal law, the court holds that the government's recently enacted final rule is unlawful agency action taken in excess of the ATF's statutory jurisdiction. On this basis, the court vacates the final rule. Now, Cody Wisniewski, who is FPCAF's senior attorney for constitutional litigation and FPC's counsel in this case, said, "We are thrilled to see the court agree that ATF's frame and receiver rule exceeds the agency's congressionally limited authority. With this decision, the court has properly struck down ATF's rule and ensured that it cannot enforce that which it never had the authority to publish in the first place." Richard Thompson, who is FPC's vice president of communications, said, "This is a monumental victory against the tyrannical ATF. Firearms Policy Coalition and FPC Law have argued that this rogue agency has unlawfully attacked gun owners in this latest round of rulemaking, and we are grateful to see the court agree. We will not stop, however, with this latest victory. FPC and FPC Law will continue to bring these cases to put a stop to the immoral and unconstitutional actions of the disarmament regime."
How long do you think it's going to be before there's another mass shooting or school shooting?
Oh man, like there's gonna be. Well, there was one like this weekend, and now that they're more people are finding out that they're padding the numbers that's happening in like the hood.
Well, if you know, have you noticed that? What was it after 2016 or 2017? It was after Trump got put into office. Did you notice that the ATF and the FBI changed the definition of what a mass shooting was? It used to be that 4 people had to be killed in order for it to be labeled a mass shooting, and then they changed it to 4 people just had to be shot.
I didn't know exactly when they changed the definition. I know it was recent, but I'll take your word for it.
I just thought that was interesting that they changed the definition, but like the one thing that's also interesting about that is when they label mass shootings, they never happen to add the, like you were saying, the basically the gangland style shootings that happen in the hood all the time.
Yeah, but they use those numbers. But anytime the media or like articles come out, the face is like white America, and I'm like, that is atrocious, man. You need to tell the whole damn story with context. If it's really that important. Also, this particular ruling, dude, this is probably gonna have direct effect on the that 0% 3D printed gun or that manufactured gun. Basically, the dude in Austin or whatever is doing the 3D printing. He was sending people like a block of I guess it was like I don't know, composite material, some sort of metal, and he called it a 0% gun. And basically, like, he gives you like the blueprint and then mails you like this block of metal, and then you get it machined. Because they had like a 30% and a 40%, and then they kept on making these just really stupid rules. So this dude's like been at the forefront the whole time. I think he at one point in time he wanted to be a lawyer, so he created a 3D printed gun so he could be at the forefront of the whole 3D printed gun, legal arguments. And then he decided to make a middle finger out of the whole endeavor.
Isn't that the guy that was what was it, crowd sharing or blockchaining the whatever the details were for basically the design to make those 3D printed guns way back in the day?
Oh, the same guy.
When they first started? Okay.
Same guy. Like, he was the one that made the lower receiver. We could put like 300 rounds through it. And then he put the blueprints, like mailed it to a bunch of people in Congress.
And he made it open source to where anybody can get the blueprints free. Don't even have to pay for it.
Yeah, he's like, now what are you gonna do?
Right. I mean, what can you do?
Nothing, because you're so far behind. I mean, like, you're not going to be able to draft any legislation because he's outsmarted anybody that's tried to. He's
well,
like,
look, dude, I know some rednecks that can go to fucking Menards and buy supplies at Menards and turn that shit into a 12 gauge.
Yep. And what are you going to do? You're gonna say you can't manufacture your own materials? That's a stupid argument. You can't manufacture your own shit.
Well, that's kind of like that whole the whole what was it? the gun show loophole fallacy, enigma that they tried to fucking sell people. There is no gun show loophole at all whatsoever.
It's not a gun show anyway. It's a private sale.
Right.
And then like you can't sell illegal arms like some people were suggesting in a private sale. It's like, oh, it's ghost guns. I'm like, what the hell is a ghost gun?
No, and even the quote unquote loophole that they wanted to try and say existed, where they didn't do background checks at these private sales that we're talking about, these gun shows. All right, they still had record of the fucking serial number on every rifle and barrel that was sold, and who it was sold to. Every fucking person, or every person with AFL license that was selling.
I love when people talk about this stuff and they don't know what they're talking about, and they'll tell you about straw purchases. Basically, they won't call them a straw purchase because they don't know that term.
Right.
They're like, oh yeah, this person is buying this gun for this stranger, and I was like, you mean a straw purchase, which is already illegal?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not buying shit for anybody.
Not hell no, dude, because he does something dumb, that's coming back on me. I mean, I still have to fill out paperwork every time I go to a gun store or a gun shop and buy a gun, even if, I do get an answer back within like 5 seconds. I still have to fill the paperwork out. What I found interesting, though, and what I thought was absolutely hilarious, remember when the lockdowns first happened and all these paranoid progressives and liberals started flipping out and decided they wanted to go out and buy guns, and found out that buying a gun wasn't as easy as what they thought it was.
And they got mad because they had to wait.
Right. I thought that was hilarious. Hilarious.
They were like, you mean I can't get it mailed to my house? Like, no, idiot.
I mean, I remember, what was it? It's probably about 8 years ago. I went into a Walmart and bought a 12 gauge. Just bought one of those little Savage fucking pump action 12 gauges. And what I did is I actually Facebook Lived it to show people just how long it took in Walmart to buy a 12 gauge.
Oh, good luck, especially if that person's not like, stationed at that freaking little area.
Well, I didn't have to wait long for someone to get back there, but the purchase itself took almost 2 hours, dude. 2 hours.
Yeah, it could be timely. I think it took me like an hour and a half to buy a shotgun out of there.
And then you could. And were you allowed to carry the shotgun out of the store?
They took it to the front for me.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. They took it. They took it past the little yellow cross hatches in the parking lot and across that to where the car's actually parked, and then handed it to me.
Oh no, they just handed it to me outside the doors. And they were like, all right, you just can't come back in the store. And the dude was pretty cool about it. But
I mean, I'm not saying that they were assholes. I'm just saying that it was a lot of unnecessary, hoopla, because, you fill out your paperwork, and in Walmart, for some reason, the background check takes forever to get back. I think it's just a Walmart thing.
Oh, the system's pretty slow.
But then after it does come back, whoever sells it to you, then they got to call back the acting store manager or assistant manager for them to come back and go back over all the same shit they just went over.
Which is funny. I don't know. Like, I think that was the one and only time that I bought anything firearms related out of Walmart, except like they had a sale a long time ago about 22 long.
Mm-hmm.
They had a sale on 22 long, so I bought like a bunch of that, just like for target practice. I got a pretty cool target pistol that uses that.
Right on. Yeah, I've only bought the one weapon from Walmart. I won't buy anything from there. And look, Indiana's Walmart still sell rifles.
Oh,
you could buy an AR in an Indiana Walmart.
Apparently, they virtue signaled when they said they were gonna shut down all sales. They did it in certain places for a limited amount of time, and I think it might have been like 3 months. But when it came to that bottom line, they just they added quietly back onto the list in a lot of places.
Well, look, man, Walmart's one of the biggest fucking sellers or biggest revenue generators of, hunting licenses every year, especially during deer season. I mean, what kind of place is going to sell a hunting license and give you your deer tags and not at least provide the ability to get a shotgun or the fucking the slugs needed to do such?
Yeah, that's like an upsell.
Right. Go ahead, Rock. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, they wasn't really real about that. They'd still sell guns and ammo there, but I don't spend my money at Walmart or Target or anywhere like that.
I do, man. I have to ring all my own shit up. I bet you I get at least a 10% discount every single time I go, because every now and again, man, I just don't. Things probably don't ring up properly because I was never properly trained on how to ring shit up.
You know why they're talking about like, oh, this stuff is so bad for our bottom line? They have a piece of technology that it's 100 of them fit on one dime. Okay. It has, they've been trying to develop this for past 10, 15 years. I have a sneaky suspicion that Intel actually developed it. That's kind of why they fell behind on processors there for a little while. Technically, they still are, because they were actually putting their money somewhere else, which is this new technology. 100 of them fit on a dime, and it's a GPS, it's a humidity, it's friggin' like, it's got like, you can put information on it to where it's basically to where companies are going to be able to track their products, right? That's the whole reason they're developing it, is because companies are supposedly tired of losing money through theft and losing.
Well, I'm not saying that I do it intentionally. I'm just saying I was never properly trained, man. So I know that there's times.
This is why Walmart is saying that they're going to shut this shit down, because
they need to. It's not my job to fucking do their job.
No, they're coming out with this new technology where they're just going to be sticking in every friggin' thing, and you're going to be able to like, oh yeah. Instead of getting
I think they ought to do like they do at fucking Sam's, where you can just sit there and ring shit up and pay for it on your phone. I like that.
I've never done that.
Dude, it's dope as shit, bro. Dope as shit. One of the greatest things ever. I shit you not, man. I did it last month for the first time. I didn't know you could do it, and I was sitting there waiting for this fucking Arab that was on welfare who couldn't get her fucking EBT card to fucking work properly. Imagine that, probably a goddamn fucking, what they call those fucking asylum seeker over here on welfare, while you got American people fucking suffering in this country. Shit's disgusting. But anyhow, I was sitting there waiting. And the one girl looked at me. She's like, you could just ring that up on your phone and pay for it and walk out the door. I was like, no shit. So right there in the aisle, man, while I was waiting, I just went ahead and started ringing shit up on my phone. And sure enough, dude, it was dude, you could do that while you're walking through the store. As you throw it in the cart, fucking ring it up.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, that's pretty cool.
I might have to try that.
Did you hear what they're doing out at fucking Walgreens and like out in California? I think Chicago's another one of the states. New York's another one.
Oh, you talking about putting everything in plastic?
No, where they're putting everything behind basically like a paywall. You have to order everything on a kiosk.
Oh yeah, it's a digital store.
Yeah, you got to order it on a kiosk now, and they got people in the back that'll bring it out to you after you pay for it on the kiosk.
Yeah, I did see like an article on that. I know they had in some of the stores they put everything behind that locked plastic or whatever. And apparently one of the dudes, there was a video going around, a guy in New York had a blowtorch and was like melting the plastic to get like pills and stuff.
No shit.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. And then people were just looking at him, and I'm like, wow, yeah, he had a small blowtorch.
Well, I know they were doing that in Targets, right?
I think they were just breaking it. I've never seen somebody with a blowtorch until that video.
No, I'm saying putting things behind the plastic. They were doing that in Target stores, I believe.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. They were doing a bunch of places. But
think of how inconvenient that is, man. In order to get anything, you got to have a fucking associate there basically walking beside you and unlocking the fucking door.
Well, I know some places had already did that before, like certain items, like condoms,
Dollar General, with
like
fucking
certain medicines, like with any kind
Like
of
the
ephedrine in
acetaminophen,
it, or
anything with
detergent.
ephedrine in it.
Yep.
Freaking laundry detergent, dude. What are y'all guys talking about? They're locking up laundry detergent and shit.
Well, now I'm saying like 2015. I was in Albuquerque and they had like the condoms locked up. They had
See, they started doing that here in Indiana this year, man. Started locking up like all the fucking pregnancy tests, all the at home drug tests, all the basically like your lubes, your fucking
well, before they would lock up like, you know, stuff that was pretty decently priced. That you just put in your pocket, like razors, stuff like that. And that now it's like damn near everything.
Yeah, and I think like here in Indiana, they got like a little bell on the side of it, man. You know, because look, man, you know, me and the wife, we get a little crazy from time to time, you know, and everybody needs a little bit of lube. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, cut down on the friction and shit. You know, and dude, you'll stand there for fucking 20 minutes waiting for someone to come open that case.
I remember back in the day, man. Like I think I was like 19. I went to Walmart and I was like, I would never come back to Walmart to buy this stuff again. And like this lady was giving me such a dirty look, man. I was like, look. Unlike me, I'm actually trying to be responsible, somewhat.
Oh, you bad boy.
And meanwhile, all these other mugs ain't gonna spend a little, you know, $12, and they're gonna have these little bastards running around.
Yeah, they out here pumping, dumping, and I'm trying to be responsible, and you're gonna fucking give me the stink eye.
You see why they do that?
Dude, there's a hypocritical fucking Karen everywhere. I'm telling you what, and the fucking white women have fucking cornered the market on Karens.
Well, you know, the funniest part is, okay, I had to get an associate to open up the thing to get the condoms. Then I had to walk to the front. Then I had to wait in line. And then while I'm waiting on line, I got my stuff on a little conveyor belt. And then, like, you know, I'm behind like 2 or 3 other people, and then it just took forever. And I was like, you know what? I'll just go to like CVS or something like that next time.
Right. Go to the fucking gas station, dude. You'll probably get better service. Just buy you a 3-pack of Magnums and be done.
Oh shit, that's funny. But yeah, I mean, maybe they're just trying to make things inconvenient as possible. So you're like, just God damn it, delivered to the fucking house. I don't even want to go to the store anymore.
So we're all men up here, right? Let me ask you this. Were you embarrassed the first time you ever went as a young man to buy condoms?
That's the first time that's the first time I can remember buying them. I think like somebody would either like buy them for us, or we get them from like the health place.
But the ones at the health place were crap. You know that.
Yeah.
I don't know, the one from my fucking I think we just had a community fucking I remember we had a big ass brown paper bag, you know, like you get at the grocery store. Fucking
it was like a lunch sack full of it.
Yes, dude. So like we never fucking ran out once we had that.
Yeah, but the condoms were like those cheap.
I go buy them. No, I didn't feel fucking bad. Hell no.
But the condoms were the cheap ones that only covered about half your shaft, so you were still catching crotch crickets and maybe getting a little bit of clap if you even wearing those.
Depending on which color it was, depending on how much it stretched. Yeah, shit.
Wow. I just like, I don't know, like I stayed away from the cheap stuff, man.
Yeah, I've always been a Trojan guy, man.
I know, like I never got like a dirty look until like, you know, that time with that one lady at that Walmart, and then everywhere else it was just like, oh, okay.
I just remember the first time I bought condoms, I was kind of nervous and kind of I guess what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, not scared, but embarrassed about it, man. Because look, dude, I grew up in a very, very, I'm just going to keep it real with you. The town I grew up in was the town I grew up in was an all white German town. And there was like maybe 5 black people there total. And they all were adopted kids to this white family, this white couple that owned a hog farm.
Funny.
I shit you not, dude. All right. So, and it was a German Catholic town. The school was a Catholic public school. So look, dude, a 16-year-old going up to the local grocery store in the fucking medicine department and looking for fucking condoms and then going up to the register. That was taboo back then. That was taboo as shit.
Oh, you know what? I know why. Because we used to go to like the little like Indian store, and like that dude would sell you alcohol, like, you know, as long as you had money.
Yeah, that was
So,
the dude
like,
that would sell you a fucking doobie or a blunt if you had the money.
yeah, like so like that like because I was like,
remember
trying
buying
to think.
cigarettes.
It's been so long. Whatever.
25 cents.
Oh, like
You
no,
buy
no, like
cigarettes,
he's selling it to you. You know, you give him a little tip or something like that every now and again. I mean, I mean, you could probably
My convenience
you could
store
probably
had
go
a
in there.
had a cup, a freaking phone cup, if I remember correctly, and they had cigarettes in there. You could buy cigarettes, Newports, 25 cents a piece.
Oh, Lucy's.
Yep.
Hell, I remember when you could get those for like fucking 10 cents a piece.
Man, that get you choked out in New York.
Yeah, it will. Sure will, man.
What?
Selling Lucy's will get you choked out in New York.
They don't play with that. They don't play with that syntax, man.
What?
Oh man.
Yeah, they treat you. They treat it like contraband, man. If you have like more than a carton, especially like if it's like from a different state without their tax stamp.
Well, hasn't that been that's been one of those things that like what was it? The mob was tied into selling cigarettes and shit.
Yep.
For a long time, and that's why I think that's why New York is like that when it comes to shit like that.
Didn't New York? No, hold on. Didn't New York? I could have swore it might have been New York. I'm pretty sure, but didn't somewhere come out with they had? Yes, it was New York. Oh my God, they had friggin' vending machines with needles and crack pipes and all kinds of other shit in them that the fucking health department put out.
That would surprise me. I think they got that in like in Seattle,
New York
and stuff
City,
like that
dude.
too.
Yes,
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think they got it in certain places, Philly too.
No, not a vending machine.
Well, it might as well be a vending machine. They got a fucking truck that rolls around and brings people brand new needles and shit every day.
Well, I mean, they had those care packets or whatever at the Biden administration.
The Biden crack pipes that he was sending out.
But they said it weren't crack pipes, but they're like, yo, these are glass roses, man. They're crack pipes, dog.
Right. No, the only thing you didn't give them was a chore. You know, go find your own chore boy for it, man. We'll provide the fucking glass, the glass dick, but you got to get the rest of the tools and the rock to put in it.
They had the brown bag special in that motherfucker.
What they call them? They call them like harm reduction kits or something like that.
Get the fuck out of here.
I was like, this is what you're spending your money on?
Harm to who?
True hype. I don't know how old you are, but I'm a late stage Gen Xer. I guess I'm technically what they call one of the Zennials because I was born in '79. But I still grew up in the era where moms used to write a note for me to go buy cigarettes for when I was a kid. and then look, dude, and then she got pissed off when the fucking stores just started selling me cigarettes underage without a note because she had written so many notes that they just assumed that I was buying them for her.
Yeah, like I've heard stories about that, but I hadn't experienced. I'm a just barely millennial, I guess. Like,
Dude, I guess
you're a Zennial too. Then technically, what year were you born?
83.
Yeah, you're a Zennial. Because I think it's they say it's what is it 75 to 83 or 84 is the micro generation called the Zennials.
Yeah, like we're definitely latchkey kids.
Yeah, well, we were We weren't quite as feral as the Gen Xers, but we were still too feral to be millennials.
Yeah, like which is weird, man. Like I remember like one of my buddies like kids, like when he was like old enough to start driving, he didn't want to drive. And I was like, that is so weird, man. They have like bred that initiative to drive out of the kids.
That's all I wanted to do.
Oh, this driver's like the
Dude, you
ultimate thing.
you remember going cruising for hours on end on the weekends?
Yeah, but gas was cheaper then.
Yeah, it was. It was a hell of a lot cheaper, but at the same time,
That's why
that was back when
going down a car. And,
you know what, Rock. One of these days, Rock. Rock. I swear to God, I am going to train interrupting out of you.
No,
swear to Christ,
never.
It's going to happen. You are going to start following suit with everyone else and stop interrupting. I'm going to break you of it, motherfucker. I swear to God, I am.
Nope.
Hey, do you see that?
You can't break me or anything.
You see that Sheetz, that gas station in Pennsylvania, I think they set their gas price to like $1.07, $1 what? 1776. So it was $1.
$1.77.6.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see that, but that's pretty dope. I like that.
They had a crazy line.
I bet they did, man. If I saw gas that cheap, I would go fill up both vehicles and all 5 of my fucking 5-gallon gas cans out in the garage.
I was like, wow, man. I was like, and then I just started thinking about it when I read the article. I was like, man, like I remember when gas was like $2, like barely $2. He's like, man, gas getting kind of pricey,
bro. When I started driving, when I got my license in 18, gas was regularly between 86 cents and 98 cents a gallon. My first car was an 86 Grand Prix. All right. Well, that was my second car. My first car was a $200 fucking Chevy Celebrity that I bought off of somebody that I never got running. My second car, my dad, it was the only decent thing my dad ever got for me. It was that 86 Grand Prix he bought for me. And that had a 350 in it. And it also had a 18-gallon gas tank in it. And I was still able to go to the gas station, fill up my gas tank, get a pack of cigarettes and a soda for under $20.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Like, even convenience store prices, man, I got wild, like high. I was like, the damn Little Debbie snack cakes used to be 25 cents, man.
Dude, I remember when you could get the boxes at Little Debbie's 2 for $1.
Yeah, they used to sell them at the dollar store, man.
The cheapest gas I ever saw was 99 cents.
Well, see, that's what pissed me off about the fucking lockdowns, man, was they locked us down, told us we couldn't go nowhere, and then you watch gas drop to fucking pre-2000s fucking prices. The gas prices that they were when I was in fucking high school, 99 fucking cents and 98 cents a fucking gallon, and then we couldn't even fucking capitalize off of it. Fuck them.
That was pretty crazy, man.
I mean, thank God I was in Texas.
My employer gave us a note, so in case the cops pulled you over.
Yeah, that he said you're an essential worker. My wife had one too.
And I was like, why do I need this? I'm going to work. I'm going to work.
Because you'll get arrested if you get seen on the streets.
Yeah, but I'm like, is this America? So they're gonna ask me for my papers.
Yep.
And then like I kind of like chuckled a little bit, and nobody else found that funny. But there was a Nashville clothing store, I think there were maybe a boot store or something like that. It's like these Jewish people, and they had a dark sense of humor. So what they did, they started selling these armbands, and apparently like a bunch of people tried to get them shut down. They were selling armbands online with the little like symbol on it from Auschwitz.
Oh shit!
And people were mad.
Ooh. See, that's the thing that I don't get, man. I think, look, man, personally, I don't think that people's hatred and bigotry should be policed like that. Who are we to tell people who they have to like and don't like? I mean, who are we as individuals to tell somebody that they can't be a fucking bigot or a racist? If that's what they choose to be, let them fucking be that. I don't understand what this big push is to make everybody fucking like you now. I don't get it.
That's stupid. I want my racists out in the open.
Right.
Like that way I know, who to avoid. And
It's
who to-
easier that way.
Yeah.
I mean, what happened to the days when if somebody didn't see things the same way you did, or somebody was just a fucking dickhead altogether, you just didn't fuck with them.
Yep.
And now we got this big push to where you got to fucking Me Too them, you got to dox them, you got to fucking ruin their fucking life, you got to make sure that they can't go fucking get a job or fucking provide for their family anymore, and basically fucking tear them down. It don't make sense. Just fucking stop fucking with people.
Even to the point of YouTube or TV or like certain parts of social media, be like, yo, you can just turn it off.
Right.
You can turn it off. You control like how much access that person has to you.
Why are you allowing me to offend you when all you have to do is change the fucking channel, you moron?
Instead, they wanna fight tooth and nail to get you shut down, so you can stop, talking to other people.
Yeah, because the whole 8 people watching me are so detrimental that I might change their minds and cause a fucking great big fucking mass movement in America.
I mean, that says more about their ideals than it does about anybody watching.
Right. No, and that's no slight to the 8 people I do got watching. I appreciate and respect all of you. You're the reason why I do this shit. The whole 8 of you that come every single time.
Everything starts somewhere, that's for sure.
I just don't get it, man. I've never understood that. Look, I don't like people like that, but at the same time, look, I've literally went to like rallies before and done, like, I did security for a MAGA rally back in what was it? I want to say 2016, 2017 era, somewhere around there at Columbus, Ohio. And we got there early, I remember, and we were basically, it was the first time I'd ever been to the State House there in Columbus. So, we got there early. That way we kind of scoped the place out, see where the area was where we were going to be working, and where the actual rally itself was going to be held. And look, you could tell that people walking by were the counter protesters just by the way they fucking dressed, the way they carried themselves, the way they colored their hair, all that shit. But, I was still a pleasant person. I was pleasant to them, said hello, hope you're having a great day, isn't it wonderful out, shit like that. And still, even when they came, when the rally started, they came there and started being fucking basically, just belligerent, fucking annoying assholes. Still stood there. I still stood there and defended their right to be assholes. You know what I'm saying? I've always stood for, I can't sit and protect one person's right because I believe in what they're saying and agree with them, and not someone else's right to, speak whatever it is their belief is as well. The thing that I don't like is people that go out and get on their soapbox and they want to try and force their ideology down people's throats as if that's the only way.
Yeah, I got a problem with that too. Because I'm pretty live and let live, for the most part. Except when people are trying to involve kids or
right,
people that can't necessarily stand up for themselves, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, I ain't got no time for no damn bully or somebody trying to force somebody who doesn't have the faculties into doing something.
I don't know if you recall. You remember when what was it? They had when Trump had the RNC in Cleveland, right? You remember that when they elected Trump as the Republican nominee up there for the RNC that week?
Vaguely.
It was back in 2016. Well, if you remember vaguely, you might vaguely remember that all over the news for 3 days, they were talking about an armed militia walking around up there. Protest. Well, yeah, I was one of them guys, man, that was in that militia walking around. And that was when I got my first taste of all this shit, man, and witnessed shit that I'd never seen before in my life. That's when I saw just how scripted and corrupt shit really was, bro. For real. I almost, like, Patrice Cullors ran right past me. This was back when she was still in high school, or still in college at Berkeley. And it was right as Black Lives Matter was just starting. But there was one day we were there. It was the second day we were there. This is how scripted the shit is, all right? They literally set up for there to be a rally down there in they called it Visitor Center or whatever, down there by the Staples Center. All right. They set up for 3 different groups to have a rally at the same time: Black Lives Matter, the KKK, and the Westboro Baptist Church.
They wanted something to happen.
Exactly, dude. And we were getting ready to leave to go have lunch, and all we heard was all this commotion and shit going on. And what was wild is, at the time, they didn't have enough fucking foot patrol cops down there to actually quarantine all these 3 different groups that were really getting ready to butt heads, man. So they actually asked us 10 guys in that militia to sit and hold the line on the west side because they basically squared everything off to separate everything. They put one group off to the one side. They basically because the Black Lives Matter group was the biggest one, they had them basically stuck right in the middle inside of all of it, and then they had another group on the other side, and they actually literally asked us to be one of the people to help hold the line, keep everybody separated until they got more cops there, which was actually kind of cool. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. You remember that security guy in Colorado that shot the MAGA guy?
Say what?
There was a security guy in Colorado at some observance thing. I don't know if it was a protest or a counter protest, but like some MAGA people showed up, and the guy, like, he shot this other guy. And and come to find out, I guess he didn't have proper licensing to be able to do the stuff that he was actually doing.
Interesting.
I can't remember what happened to him though, because
That
I know
shit
that
happens all the time to dumbass security guards.
I know the South Dakota guy. He got like a really lenient sentence. He might have just got probation for killing that kid.
I mean, I'm not going to sit and say that I do or don't remember, but I don't really remember. I mean, but there's been so much happen as far as that goes. Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember that instance. I'm just going to keep it real.
I can't remember what happened with that case though, the Colorado one. But I know I was kind of just kind of a little bit looking at it, and like it kept on popping up in my feed here and there, and then I was like, that dude's so fucked.
And shout out to Samantha P and Red Illusion for coming through. What's good? Hey, Red, we had the baby. Had her at 3:35 in the morning, July 4th. Her name is Vivian Liberty Nicole. That's dope, ain't it? I think it is.
It is. That Portland incident though, that was pretty wild too. And that dude, he got lit up, man.
I don't even know if I remember that one. What happened in Portland?
It was another MAGA guy, whatever. Some dude confronted him and then shot him in the chest.
No shit.
Yeah, like I think he was actually trying to like move away from him, and the guy like kind of like closed the distance and then shot him and tried to claim self-defense. And then like maybe like 2 weeks later, they I want to say the feds were serving a search warrant, and he tried to shoot his way out, and they end up killing him.
You know what's crazy about when we were at the 2016 RNC too? This was wild. I can't find the clip anymore because half of the shit's been removed off of the internet for some reason. But they actually showed us on the Daily Show, which was wild. They showed our militia like walking across the fucking camera that was panning, And dude actually mentioned us. Said, well, didn't mention the militia by name, but you know, said something about us being in camo, even though we weren't in camo.
You got to make it more scary, man.
You know, well, actually, we dressed in what was it, khaki, the khaki style cargo pants, because we did dress uniform, and we wore our OD green West Ohio Minutemen shirts that we had.
I was about to say like a Patriot front member.
Front Patriots.
But we all also were, we all were wearing our plate carriers. We all had our radios on us. I was sitting there actually listening on my radio, and then also listening to scanner channels on my cell phone, basically listening to the feds and the SWAT talk about us in real time while we were walking down there. Because I'll be honest with you, dude, one of the scariest part about the whole thing was when we actually we started out walking around up outside of the Staples area, because we didn't know if we could go down near the Staples Center, because we were basically fully armed, and that was where the potential future president was. So we didn't know if they had that as a go or no go zone. And dude, the most nerve-wracking part was when we let some reporter convince us into walking down there, and the whole time there's like there's this black chopper flying around overhead with a guy with a 50 cal sticking out the fucking side door. All right. And then there's fucking feds and cars following us all the way down there. We thought for sure we was going to go to jail.
Yeah, no shit.
They're like, just a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Bob? Thanks for coming through. And yes, guns, and more guns. We know how much you don't like guns, sir. You hate guns.
Bob don't like guns?
He thinks we're all gun tards.
You know my first
Bob's
rifle
given me
was?
shit since he met me about, how pro gun I am.
Guns is the ultimate equalizer. That's the only thing that
No, not really. All a gun is a gun is a tool just like any other tool, man.
Yep.
In all honesty.
I mean, I don't know. I like to look at it as an equalizer, not a tool.
It's not really an equalizer. It's just a tool, dude. I know people that have guns that are, dude, they're going to be absolutely useless with a gun because they don't know how to properly use it. So how is it an equalizer? It's just a tool, and that tool is only as good as the person behind it.
I mean, I would like to think of a world where people would buy a gun and know how to use it.
Well, that would require us to go back to the day and age when they actually taught gun safety in school.
Yep.
I mean, after 1,000 rounds, you're about good,
Maybe.
Buy a gun, you go put 1,000 rounds through it, so you learn.
Maybe.
You're good.
It just depends. Like, just really funny. I was like, you just reminded me. You know how they used to have those gun buyback programs? They still do every now and again.
Right.
They had one like in LA, and I remember they found 2 A2Ds. So anti-tank, basically rocket launchers.
Right.
And I was like, wow. And they gave them like $500 gift cards per.
Wow. For some...
No questions asked, man. I was like, so these are on the street. You cannot buy those.
Let me tell you something.
You need a special tax stamp for those, man.
Let me tell you something. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida, right? And it's a big hub for the trains because we have I-10 hooks to I-95, which I-95 is the last major highway, and I-10 is basically the first major highway going in either direction, north, south, east, west. And so the train yards there are freaking huge. Man, the stories that come out of there, they get anything and everything off those trains, and they still freaking do. And I don't know why they're so just left there. Grenades, automatic weapons, just any and everything you could possibly think of when it comes to weapons. It's just left there.
I don't know if you have heard this little 1 minute clip. It's short, but this brother right here is right on point, and this is how all parents that are active, members of society, who are upstanding members of society. This is how all parents should be, is what he's talking about.
Where should you keep your gun at if you have a kid in the house? Okay, let's go back. How old is your child when you teach your child firearm safety? Okay, let's just say you keep your gun in the safe, right? You can send a little lock box right next to the bed. Okay? Middle of the night, boom, you hear somebody kicking your door in, they're hauling ass to your room, ready to spray you up. How long is it going to take you to get that gun on the safe? I can leave my gun on the counter if my child already knows firearm safety.
What he's saying is a fact too. I've always left my pistol just sitting on the counter, and none of my kids have ever messed with it because they all have been taught firearm safety. And they just know that there's things that you don't fuck with.
Yeah, plus you instill boundaries and all that good stuff. Unlike
Right.
a lot of parents that they do this free range garbage,
Uh-huh.
and then their kids are basically like little tyrants. And instead of disciplining them and setting boundaries, they let them do whatever, and then like get mad when other people try to correct their children.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, that's how I've always been about it. I felt that it's one of them things where with my kids, if I made it something that they knew that they wasn't supposed to mess with, but at the same time wasn't a big deal, it was just commonplace. It wasn't something that would basically call to them to be messed with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see, no.
No, I'm telling you, dude, it works.
I think people need to try to keep certain things out of the reach of children as much as possible, and guns is one of those.
I mean,
You know what I'm saying? Like, it depends
not
on
even to a
their
toddler.
age. It depends on their age.
Who are you to tell me what age is the correct age to teach
Well,
my
I
children
don't-
gun safety,
I'm
sir?
saying You can do whatever you want to. That's your opinion. I'm telling you my
No,
opinion.
that's not just my opinion, but that's my
That
right.
is your opinion, though.
No, that's my right, sir. How I raise my children is how I raise my children.
Yeah,
See,
and
my
that's your-
children, my son
And
was
when you
already
share
tearing
your
down
rights
it.
with other people, it
Sir,
becomes your opinion.
sir, my son was already tearing down and cleaning guns by the time he was 6 years old. He already had an understanding of the working mechanics of a firearm. He already knew what a firearm's purpose was. See, I
What does
taught
that
my
have to
children
do
gun
with kids
safety
do
early
stupid
on.
shit Sometimes that has
Huh?
nothing to do with kids do stupid shit. Sometimes they don't understand the full repercussions of it.
And you think that having something up a
Maybe
little
if
farther
they're
out of
home
reach or locked
alone-
up is going, dude, you really think that the liberal tactic of locking something up or putting it out of reach is going to stop
I'm
a
not
kid from doing
saying
stupid shit
lock
if
it
they want
up.
to? You
How many
realize that
guns
it's
do
the
you
very
see
act
in your
of
house,
the
though?
very act of taking something
If
like
I'm in my
that and
house,
make, sir,
I got my
it's
gun
the,
right
sir,
every-
sir, the very act of taking something like that and making it seem as though it's something they shouldn't be that's bad for them. It's like basically it's the whole idea of why do most kids
I'm
start
not
doing
saying that
drugs?
you
Why
have
do
to.
most
I'm
kids,
just giving
dude?
you
Don't
my-
interrupt me. Did I interrupt you? I'm not done yet. Why do most kids do drugs? Because the act of it being illegal and them not allowed to do it entices them more than the actual act of doing it. If you make, you know what's funny is I got kids that were adults that have been raised around weapons, and not a single one of them turned into a school shooter, sir. So you can sit and say my way is wrong, but
I'm
my
not
way
saying
is
that.
my way, and the same way as this man up here on the
Dude, I
screen
was raised around
has
guns,
actually
dude.
worked. Has actually worked
We had guns
more
everywhere
times
all
than
the
take.
time.
It's worked more than actually taking and keeping that type of shit away from kids. The fact that they're not actually educated on it and that
I'm
they're made to
saying
believe
that
that
you
it's this big
can
scary
about
fucking
it,
weapon is why kids actually get a
but there's
hold of this
gonna be
shit, go
something
out and
that's
do shit.
readily available to them for just any time of the day for any reason whatsoever. I'm
Actually,
saying
I
that
do want my guns readily available to my son any time
yeah,
of day.
keep
What
them
if
on
I'm
yourself.
what the fuck if I what if I'm not home
Keep them on your
and the house gets
table.
broken into and he's the only one
Keep them
there?
on your
He needs
fucking
to
face.
he needs to know how to operate that thing so he can defend himself in the house, sir. Because
Yeah,
there is
you're
no
not
age limit
there.
on defending your life, sir. Now, see, a proper father will train his kids in proper gun safety rather
I think
than
you're
keeping
taking
it
it the
away
wrong
from
way.
them.
I'm saying you should, yes, kids should know about guns and shit, but they shouldn't just be readily available for any fucking reason. Yeah, maybe if you're going to the grocery store and you want to take the fucking 12-year-old with you, hey Billy, remember the shotgun's in the closet. Remember, if anybody comes over here and they're trying to fucking break in, don't shoot grandma, you know.
Well, see,
But
now you're
if
going
you
to
have to defend
extremes.
yourself, defend yourself.
Now you're going to extremes to try and
I'm
to
not
try and garner an
fucking
emotional
forget the
response from
goddamn
everyone
grandma
else,
shit.
sir.
If
And
they're,
and
if
that's not
they're
going to
8
happen,
years
Rock.
old, they shouldn't have
Rock, I don't give a
availability
fuck what your
to
opinion
grab
is.
a
That's
gun
Rock.
off the
I
countertop.
don't give a fuck what your opinion is, sir. That is your opinion.
Okay,
That is how you do things in your house. But how you do
so
things
why
in
do
your
I
house,
wrong?
you have
I'm
no
not
business
saying
telling me how to do
all
shit in my
all I
house.
gave is
And
my.
nor do you have any business critiquing what I do in my house, all the way up until maybe
If
one of
you
my kids
share
turn
it,
into a
yeah.
school shooter or
Guess
do
what,
something foul.
homeboy? Hey, I'm sorry, but if you share your opinion on how you want to do shit, and somebody has a different opinion than yours, yeah, somebody
No,
just
it's
fucking
having a
different
differing
opinion.
opinion is one thing, but to sit and tell me that I'm wrong in what I'm doing, sorry, sir, that's not the case.
My opinion is that
See, and look, your
kids
liberal
that are
nonsense is
under
causing
8
my
years
numbers
old
to
shouldn't
drop,
be
Rock.
able to just
Your
grab a gun
liberal
off.
fucking crybaby nonsense is causing my numbers to even drop.
Whatever.
I mean, so what are you? Are you a person that believes in freedom and liberty, or are you a diehard liberal hippie? Because you can't be both, sir.
How about this? Just leave your guns around everywhere where anybody can.
Is that what
grab
I
them.
said?
Any
See,
kid
now
can
you're
grab
like
them.
I said.
That's
Now
basically
you're
what
going.
you fucking said.
Now
Yeah,
you're
that's what
going. Now
you
you're
said.
going to extremes to
I'm
garner an
saying keep
emotional
it near
response,
you.
sir.
Don't just leave it any
Just
fucking
because
where.
you want to be emotional about things doesn't mean everyone else is. Let's talk in logic and
I'm
stop
being logical,
talking in emotion,
motherfucker.
sir.
I'm being
You sound like a
logical.
woman. You sound like a
Logical.
woman. No, you
No,
sound like a woman.
okay. You sound like a fucking.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the one that rage quit, my guy. See, I do it all the time, sir. Trigger people.
Damn. All over gun safety. But
Right,
you
all
should be
over when I decided when I thought it was right to teach my son and my children gun safety.
I can't remember in school. Was it around 8? I think is when they taught him.
Actually, when I was in school, it was 10 was when you was able to go up and actually do it was a hunter safety course is what they started out with.
Yeah, we had pellets or whatever, and I was on rifle team in high school.
Say what now?
I was on my ROTC rifle team.
Oh yeah. See, our school didn't have ROTC, which was really weird, to be honest with you. But it was a small town farm school too. You know, I think the town was only like maybe a mile and a half square by mile and a half square.
Hey.
But again, what this guy was saying is true. If you teach your kids proper gun safety and they know what it is that a firearm is capable of doing, if they know what its purpose is for, and also if you teach them boundaries to where they know that there's certain things they just don't fuck with, then you can sit and put a pistol on a coffee table or on a counter, and they won't fuck with it. What it do, Putin? He probably ain't going to talk. He's like that.
Hey, I'm rolling out, man. Hey, appreciate you having me up.
Hey, I appreciate you for coming through, man. Absolutely. And you're welcome. Come through anytime, man.
Yes, sir.
Take it easy, good guy. And happy 4th to you, sir.
Sir, may the 4th be with you.
Absolutely. So, Putin, are you going to speak to me, or are you just going to sit there and stare at me, sir? Nunya says, fuck that dude. I let my kid pick which guns he wants to use if we leave. He's been taught since young. He's had guns around him since a baby, but he's almost grown now. Never one time he picked up a gun. My nigga Mike Hood here. Why don't you hop up here on the panel for a change? You fucking mouthy woman. You know the wife had the baby. And I'm not going to tell you any more about it unless you hop up on the panel. Let's listen to some more of what this guy has to say, because like I said, this guy's on point.
I can leave my gun on the counter if my child already knows firearm safety. Now, go back to my question. How old should a child be before we teach them firearm safety? Garbage. How old were you when your parents taught you not to stick your finger in the light socket?
Facts.
Touch the stove. Play with knives. You couldn't even talk. Barely could walk. Perfect example. Some stuff you just didn't play with, right? Mommy and daddy taught you look left, look right, look left before you walk across the street. Did you play with traffic?
Nope.
Some shit you just not gonna.
That man's on point. I mean, that's just how it is. The reason why we have so much gun violence with our youth is because they aren't properly trained in it anymore. It's not commonplace, in my opinion, and it used to be. You know, I grew up in an era where people came to school with gun racks in the back of their fucking pickup trucks with shotguns and rifles hanging off of them. You know, so I don't get this whole nonsense going on. You know, nor do I get this nonsense of people that seem to think that hiding things from their kids is the best way to train their kids. I don't get it. I've always found as a parent, if I am just straight up and keep shit on the level with them, that I don't have the problems that other parents have. You know, I get my point across. They know where they stand. They know what the guidelines are. They know what rules not to break or bend, and that's that. Everything's copacetic. You know, it's one big working machine. Sucks Rock fucking rage quit on me. I couldn't believe it. Right. Hey, you know what, Nunya? I had a couple buddies. They were the Smith brothers when I was a kid growing up. And his parents, his dad kept all their fucking shotguns and rifles locked up in a fucking gun cabinet. You know, it wasn't a gun saves like we have now. It was one of them old school gun, oak gun cabinets. And I can't count how many times them motherfuckers would go in there and grab a fucking rifle and try and shoot each other. And I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that all the stuff was kept locked up from them as if it was, something bad that they shouldn't have. I never grew up like that. You know, I grew up with guns being right there. I knew where all my parents' rifles and shotguns were. And I've never had issues with my kids. Like I said, I got my oldest daughter is what is she, 25, 26 now? And guns have been sitting on counters ever since they were all in diapers, and not a single one of them have turned into a school shooter yet. Right. That's the only way to be. You know, you got to keep it real with them. You know, and like I said, my 8-year-old, I mean, a lot of you guys have met my 8-year-old on streams. He's been cleaning guns and going to the gun range with me since he was 5-6 years old. You know, so he's been around the shit his whole life. Hey, take it easy. See you later, Putin. At least you could have played the fucking the Russian theme music. I don't do karaoke, motherfucker. Oh, and we had a little girl on 4th of July. Her name is Vivian Liberty Nicole. She was born at 3:35 in the morning. And she's a redhead. Like my wife, like my son. So not only am I outnumbered by women in this house, now I'm outnumbered by gingers as well. Did you name the baby Asshole Junior? He's the happy, uncommon asshole, told me. No, it was a girl. So I didn't name her Asshole Junior, asshole. So how about that? But I'm telling you, bro, my wife tries to say otherwise. She says that she's a collector of souls. I challenge whether or not those souls want to actually be collected. Personally, I really do. You know that when a ginger sneezes, that's the souls that she has trapped inside her body trying to escape, or his body. No, its name is not Nunya. Her name. Look, we gendered our child. She came out with girl parts. She's going to be recognized as a girl until she moves out of my house. When she moves out of my house, she wants to do that shit. That's her business, not mine. And I told you what her name was. Her name is Vivian Liberty Nicole. But, man, I've been on here for 4.5 hours. And I pissed off Rock. How long do you think it'll be before Rock comes back? Since he's all pissed off. Yeah, he'll come back soon. He'll get over it. Big crybaby. But I think I'm going to bounce up out of here. Give me a little bit of sleep. Thank you for spreading red supremacy. She'll make a fine officer in the next regime. Fuck you, Red. Fuck you. You working? Why don't you hop up here and chop it up for a minute with me before I fucking bounce out, sir? I ain't talked to you in a hot minute. Man, you better watch dropping them soft A's and hard R's, man. People might start thinking that you're a black person. Tell my wifey congrats. Hey, you know what was dope is this one. She actually gave birth with no drugs at all. She didn't do an epidural or anything, all natural. I was proud of her, man. What I didn't know too is watching her do it all natural. There's actually like this bar that comes up on the bed where the stirrups are that she leans off of while she was in heavy labor. And what's crazy about that is when I was on this other stream, there was a dude trying to say that it's racist, that black women get treated racist at doctors' offices having babies because they're forced to lay on their back when they give birth. Well, see, the thing that I realized last night is the only reason why a lot of these women are being forced to lay on their backs when they're giving birth is because 90% of them take the fucking epidural. And the epidural makes it to where they have no motor functions from their waist down. So they wouldn't be able to fucking stand up or crouch or get on their knees anyhow if they tried. you know, but I was proud of the wifey. She did a good job last night. Hey, look, dude, T96. I have gingers are like fucking kryptonite to me, bro. Seriously, I'm not even going to play. Like, I am infatuated with them. So much so to the point that the wife will even point out new gingers that are hot when we walk past them. Like, hey, did you check her out? I'm allowed to look, just not allowed to fuck with them. And she'll point them out because she knows that it's an addiction for me. I don't understand it. But fuck it. I'm gonna bounce up out of here. I appreciate everybody for coming through. I hope everybody had a great 4th of July. Great Independence Day. I hope everybody sat back and reflected today on, you know, what it is that we have and the sacrifices that a lot of folks have given for us to be able to celebrate today. And I hope a lot of people actually just really understand the significance of Independence Day. You know, I know there's a lot of kids today that just don't get it, don't even realize that Independence Day and the 4th of July are the same damn day, and that's sad. You know, but it is what it is. We are now officially 247 years old, folks. We're almost 250 years old. Almost there. I wonder if we're going to make it. But with that being said, I appreciate everybody for coming through. Make sure you share, and subscribe to the channel. Like and share the stream. Make sure you comment in the comment section. You know, that way we keep this going in the algorithm. That way we keep the Island of Misfit Toys growing. If you would like to support the channel and the ever-growing Angry Snowman family, you know, you can do so through PayPal or Cash App. Links are always posted throughout the chat and in the description box of the stream. All donations are appreciated, and if you can't donate monetarily, you can always at least hit the like button. That is a free way to support the channel. And if you could, I am only, I think, like 600 watch hours away from being able to get that ever beloved super chat button and membership button. So any help that I could get from all you wonderful fine folks out there to help me reach the watch hour goal that I need to be able to get monetized would be greatly appreciated, because your boy is almost there. Hope everybody has a wonderful evening and a wonderful morning coming up, and I will see you on the next one. Where are you? I want this.
I said there are so many amendments in the Constitution of the United States of America. I can only choose one. I can only choose one. I plead the fifth. Plead the fifth. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anything you say, fifth. Go ahead, ask me a question. Did you? Fifth. I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fair.
I make sure that they hear me loud and clear if they ever want to beef with me. Not a racist, I hate equally. Get in my face in black or white, it doesn't matter, I'ma break your teeth. It's like Joyner broke the internet, we're not a racist, and the song was great, but truthfully what I'm amazed with is the racist in response to it. Black people saying a white dude snapped, but a black dude didn't in response to it. Listen, I'ma make this black and white, get it black and white, skip it, let me get back to writing, and back to writing. I don't mean writing songs, I mean writing wrongs. That's the type of shit I'm on till my life is gone. I'm a rapper and an activist. Fuck it, I'm a raptivist. activist. Trying to change the world, not just getting y'all to clap the shit. I give a fuck how they react to this, cause that's been a deciding factor. If I did half of this shit, I haven't. Cause the truth is, I've been here for years, you just now see me. Poof, bitch. You can all thank Nick, cause he now a genie. Cause I wish the motherfucker would and you did. I don't start shit, all I start is movement. Guess I gotta make this shit in black and white. I don't give a shit about who black or white. Racists trying to make it so we can unite. Keep talking fuck shit, motherfucker.
Nobody panics when things go according to plan. If tomorrow I tell the press that like a gangbanger will get shot, nobody panics. Because it's all part of the plan. But when I say that one little old mare will die, well then everyone loses their mind.